tous et à toutes. Merci pour être ici ce
Hello,
matin.
everyone. Thank you for being with us today.
I would like to call the meeting to order, and for those who are able, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Merci. Thank you. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe-Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the people and land of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation and honors all Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples for valuable past and present contributions to this land. I will now ask the Deputy Clerk to please do the roll call.
Councillor Luloff.
Je suis présent.
Councillor Dudas.
I'm present.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Johnson.
Ici.
Councillor Devine.
Present.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Plante.
Ici.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Bonjour.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Good morning.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Ici.
Councillor DeRose. Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor DeRoche.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Merci. Next, confirmation of the minutes and in-camera minutes that were distributed separately from the council meeting of November 28th and the confirmation of the minutes of the council meeting on November 30th.
Carried.
Are those carried? Thank you. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Desroches.
Thanks, Mayor. In accordance with Section 5.1 and 6 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I, Steve DeRoche, declare potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on agenda item 10.2, recommendation for appointment to the Hydro-Ottawa Holding Inc. Board of Directors, given my spouse is an employee of the company. Thank you.
Merci, Conseiller Desroches. Any
Thank
others?
you so much, Conseiller DeRoche.
Okay, thank you. Communications that have been received are noted on your agenda. There are no regrets that have been received. So, Councillor Gower, a motion to introduce reports, please.
That the report from the Finance Services Department entitled Proposed 2023 Budget Directions, Timeline and Consultation Process, Nominating Committee Report 1, Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 41A be received and considered.
Seconded by Councillor Kitts. Is the motion carried? All right, let's move to the proposed 2023 budget directions, timeline, and consultation process. And I just wanted to start by offering a few thoughts on the budget direction. So, as we all know, families throughout Ottawa are experiencing an affordability crisis. Throughout the recent election campaign, I heard from thousands of residents who are concerned about the rising cost of everything from food to rent. And just a few days ago, as we all know, interest rates were increased again, putting more pressure on mortgages and other household debt. À Ottawa, des familles vivent une crise d'abordabilité.
Families are facing an affordability crisis. During the last electoral campaign, I met with many residents. They were worried about the raise of the cost of living, namely the raises in their rent and the groceries. Lately, interest rates were raised once more, and this is increasing the pressure on mortgage and any other type of debts.
That's why my campaign commitments included keeping tax increases low, freezing transit fares, and cutting recreation fees for families. And the fact that other candidates for mayor made very similar promises demonstrates what the vast majority of Ottawa residents were saying at the doors during the election campaign. Our residents expect their city leaders to help them ease the burden and keep life as affordable as possible. Beyond the majority who supported my platform, a total of more than 90% of voters in the mayoralty race voted for candidates advocating for low tax increases. Ottawa residents made their voices heard and have been very clear about their expectations, and I intend to deliver on those expectations. Les résidents d'Ottawa ont fait entendre.
Ottawa residents made their voices heard, and they were clear. They have expectations about taxes, and I want to fulfill these expectations.
Often, the approach that residents expect from us, I believe, is to be both compassionate and fiscally responsible. To ensure we are doing as much as possible to support the growing number of vulnerable people in our city, and at the same time managing our finances carefully and conscientiously so we are ready for emergencies and don't jeopardize our financial future. I intend to deliver on my commitment to taxpayers, presenting a budget with a low tax increase of between 2 and 2.5%, which will be added to 2.2% in assessment growth funding. I intend to do that while protecting and maintaining city programs and services, making life affordable for Ottawa residents while protecting the programs and services they count on is my number one priority. J'ai l'intention de respecter mon
I do
engagement.
have the intention to respect my engagement. I would like to present a budget with a small tax raise between 2 to 2.5%. This will be added on to the 2.5% to finance the growth. I want to do that while protecting and maintaining the programs and services offered by the city. We want also to have an affordable life for residents while protecting the programs and the services that they want. This is my main priority.
Direction to keep tax increases low. I will also be supporting a motion to target reductions in recreation fees in areas of greatest need. And I will be supporting a one-year freeze on transit fares, which we are offering to passengers to help with affordability and to work towards rebuilding trust in our transit system. There are many significant economic factors and pressures impacting the budget, including inflation, rising interest rates, the costs inherited from the storm, the impact of the slower return to transit ridership, and the exceptional expenses resulting from COVID and the truck convoy. We are also facing some uncertainty in funding from other orders. I'm committed to working with these other orders of government to get the funding we need, and I will be pressing our case in the weeks and months ahead in areas including infrastructure, transit, and housing. Late last week, I met with Ahmed Hussein, the Federal Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion, and we discussed the next round of the Federal Rapid Housing Initiative and how to improve the National Housing Co-Investment Fund, and also how the city can best access the new Housing Accelerator Fund. I also spoke with Steve Clark, Ontario's Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. He and I agreed we will work together to ensure Ottawa will get support from the provincial government to address the effects of Bill 23. We need to work together to build more affordable housing across Ottawa through leveraging federal and provincial affordable housing. The 23 budget will be prepared on a tight turnaround and will be followed almost immediately by our work on the 2024 budget. That means we have a lot of work to do in the next to ensure the city remains financially strong and can deliver its important programs and services, especially for the most vulnerable in our community. We also have an opportunity to do more to address the priorities we've all heard about from across the city throughout the campaign. For example, in addition to affordability, I also heard from residents a great need for more housing of all types, the need to improve our core services, including repairing our roads, and the requirement for more social and recreational infrastructure. We must also empower OC Transpo to rethink bus service for users to ensure that they get to where they need and want to go when they want to travel in this post-COVID reality. Our budget decisions and discussions will be iterative and will continue for weeks and months to come. Today, we take the first step. I intend to work with all of you to challenge city staff to find savings and efficiencies so we have more resources to invest in the priorities of our residents. Just like families across Ottawa have to tighten their belts this year more than ever, we need to work together to ensure that the city does the same. Strong financial management is the foundation of our collective success. Together, we have an opportunity to deliver the budget that Ottawa residents expect of us, that they voted for, to keep their lives as affordable as possible, to protect programs and services, and to help the most vulnerable in our community. Ensemble, nous avons l'occasion de présenter le budget.
Together, we will present you a budget expected by the residents of the city of Ottawa to make their life as affordable as possible while protecting the programs and the services. We also want to help the most vulnerable population in the city.
Both compassionate and fiscally responsible. So let's get started. Merci. Thank you. I'd now like to ask the interim city manager, Wendy Stephenson, and acting chief financial officer, Cyril Rogers, to make a presentation on the budget direction report.
Merci, Monsieur le maire et les membres du conseil. Je suis
Thank
ici
you,
avec
Mr. Mayor. Member of Council, we will proceed with a presentation on the proposed 2023 budget directions, timeline, and consultation.
Le 7 décembre 2022, le Conseil a
The 7th December 2022, we approved the process, and we want to respect the structure of the city for the budget 2022.
Chief Financial Officer to bring forward a report that details the budget timeline and provides budget directions in advance of each yearly budget. And in this presentation this morning, we're going to highlight the key elements that went into the recommendations and provide an overview of the budget process between now and March, when the budget will be approved by Council. Avant de commencer la présentation officielle,
Before starting with the official presentation, I would like to thank the whole team within FEDCO for their wonderful work. This is previous work so that we can move forward with budget 2023.
Council has played a leading role in the city's approach to fiscal prudence and financial sustainability. Une solide gestion financière constitue un
A strong financial management is at the basis. This is essential to our success.
We have adopted strong financial policies and plans that have led to our financial sustainability. And some of these examples include our long-range financial plans. We've also invested in developing a fiscal framework that sets out our high-level roadmap to the city's sustainable finances. Council has also endorsed a strategic asset management plan and a state of the assets report to support our continued investment in infrastructure. In 2018, we adopted a reserve management policy to ensure our cash and investments remain at healthy levels, investing in our future. And most recently, the adoption of the long-range financial plan for housing services was a first for the city. And throughout this time, we've conducted many reviews of our operations, ensuring that our administrative staff is as lean as possible so that our growth investments can be directed to frontline services. And in addition to the formal programs, in order to achieve annual draft budgets that adhere to council directions, the senior leadership team engages in a rigorous challenge function, employing numerous mechanisms to identify, strengthen, and achieve efficiency improvements prior to draft budgets being tabled at council. Next slide, please. As a result of council's actions, the city entered 2020, and I know I'm going back a few years here, in a very sound financial position. Our transit ridership was up at the beginning of the year, and our local real estate market was very strong, as well as our local economy. We have healthy balance of reserves contributing to our overall financial health, and we enjoy low debt levels compared to other municipalities. We also have a very strong credit rating from Moody's and Standard & Poor. Then COVID arrived in our community. COVID resulted in significant financial challenges for not just Ottawa, but all municipalities and the city. And these challenges may flow, as you've heard the mayor speak, into future years as we move to our post-pandemic reality. The city has been very proactive to implement financial mitigations over the last 3 years to close those gaps. And we will continue to employ those proactive measures as we deal with the pressures in 2023. L'année 2023 présentera
2023 will be facing a different financial environment.
Different financial challenges than 2022. We also benefited from provincial and federal safe restart agreement funds in 2020, 2021, and 2022. In drafting the budget directions, staff have assumed that no funding is available from other levels of governments for some of the pressures, but not for others, as we work towards the tabling of the budget. Funding commitments are in place for Ottawa Public Health, and staff continue to advocate for additional funds for transit and social services. Staff anticipate that some of the post-COVID pressures that are going to flow into 2023 will include pressures from our lower than normal transit ridership, the continued need for safety equipment, for some increased staffing levels, and impacts on some of our revenues as a result of COVID. So things like parking fees and fines, as well as some of our federal and airport bills. The 2023 budget will be tabled with mitigation measures, ensuring that the budget is balanced. I'm now going to hand it over to Cyril, who's going to walk us through the remainder of the presentation this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Next slide, please. So the next few slides, I'm going to walk you through some of the frameworks and guidelines, considerations that staff take in building and tabling the budget that was due in February. So the 2022-2026 Term of Council Governance Report sets out the framework for the budget process and provides direction to staff to bring forward a report each year that outlines the overall timetable and directions in accordance with this council-approved framework. As required by the 2022-2026 Term of Council Governance Review, as approved on December 7th at Council, the Budget Directions Report recommends annual budget increases, and those increases be allocated to local boards, commissions, and the OAG's office based on our individual pro rata share of revenues derived from council-directed tax targets and any increased tax revenues resulting from growth and assessment. Council then requests boards and commissions to develop the draft budgets within these allocations. Again, these allocations are based on the council-approved framework in the Term of Council Governance Report. The Ottawa Police Services, Ottawa Public Library, Public Health, Committee of Adjustment and Crime Prevention will prepare their own budgets and submissions to the respective boards. These budgets will be tabled at the same time as various standing committees at Council with a recommended draft budget. Today, in front of you, you have the 2023 Budget Directions Report with a series of recommendations that will guide staff in the development and tabling of the 2023 draft budget. The citywide tax allocation is based on departmental needs and pressures. Each department does not receive a flat allocation of the 2 to 2.5%. We review all pressures collaboratively to ensure we understand where the highest needs are. We continue to review operating needs, capital needs, requirements for maintaining services, opportunities for efficiencies, impacts from growth on operations, changes in regulations, legislation, and any other operational service changes. Staff have placed these recommendations in front of you today that align with the budget development framework as approved by Council. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the impact to the average homeowner on the tax bill based on a 2.5% tax increase. The overall increase to the urban home, rural home, and commercial average assessed property at $460,000 is stated at 2.5%, which results in a $104 impact to the urban home at assessed value of $415,000 and an $85 impact to a rural home. The rural home is slightly lower because the transit tax portion is lower in the rural areas. Next slide. As staff continues to plan and build the budget, there are a number of significant considerations that we take into consideration. As Wendy mentioned earlier, we continue to monitor and review the ongoing COVID-related impacts and financial pressures. In addition, there's a number of ongoing budgetary pressures, such as inflation. While inflation is running high, not all costs that incurred at the city increase at the same rate as the consumer price index, and we are seeing a softening of the inflationary pressures in recent months. The budget is compensation. Cost of living adjustments in approximately 50% of our budget is comprised of compensation and compensation-related costs, which is driven by collective agreements. The majority of our agreements have settled for 2023 and are slightly below 2%. The construction price index is set for 2023 is at 6.3%. This is the inflationary pressure that we use to increase our allocation to capital, which funds our overall capital program and projects. Fuel continues to be a hot ticket item. We continue to monitor that price. In the last month alone, we've seen a 30-cent drop in the price at the pumps. It's a very volatile commodity, but right now it's working in our favor. So we continue to monitor that impact, and we'll bring forward a recommendation in the table 2023 budget. We're also seeing increased costs on our insurance. And of course, as Wendy mentioned, our long-range financial plans guide us in terms of the transit, tax, housing, and rate, which identifies requirements for the capital investments, reserve balances, debt levels to maintain our assets in a good state of repair. The city also continues to monitor COVID-related impacts. Transit ridership impacts are continuously being reviewed and analyzed, continued PPE costs, and continued costs for staffing for provincially and public health managed service delivery standards. Next slide, please. The growth assessment recommended for 2023 is 2.2%. This is one of the highest growth assessments that we've seen, so we were able to benefit from that increase in 2023. This will generate $42.18 million in additional tax revenue. We've seen a surge in building permits in recent years, and this is the impact that's flowing through that we'll benefit from in 2023. Final tax roll data will be received from Impact at the end of the year, at the end of December. Per the budget process approved by council, the services governed by a board and commission will be allocated their pro rata share of the 2.2%. Next slide, please. The report also contains recommendations for user fees and guidelines. These recommendations that user fees increase are in accordance with the directions included in the fiscal framework and the long-range financial plans. It is also recommended that wherever possible, fees include incremental post-cost recovery for those services that continue to be impacted by COVID and require additional services, materials, or other costs to deliver those services safely to the public. Water, wastewater, and storm fees are based on 100% cost recovery and led by the long-range financial plan. These estimates for 2023 is an increase of revenue of 4.2%. Solid waste fees increases are in line with the report presented to committee and council in 2019 and updated report in 2021 regarding the residential contract renewals and their additional pressures related to increasing costs of capital investments required for the solid waste program. A solid waste long-range financial plan will be finalized this term as a companion report to the solid waste master plan, which will detail capital investment requirements for the next 10 years and the financial funding strategies. Transit fares are recommended to increase by 2.5% as driven by the long-range financial plan. Next slide, please. The budget process. So the budget direction report was tabled last Wednesday, is in front of us today. If approved, it will set the envelope for the staff to do the draft operating and capital budget, which will be tabled at a special meeting of council on February 1st Between now and February, public consultations will take place. And on the next slide, I will provide you a list of resources available to support this process. Once the draft budget is tabled in February, each committee, commission, and board will hold meetings to consider the 2023 draft budget and receive public delegations. Chairs, vice chairs will review the committee's budget as part of the agenda committee meetings prior to committee budget meeting date. The final budget and any proposed changes arising from committee will be considered and adopted as committee of the whole on March 1st. Next slide, please. The city will be using a variety of methods to engage with residents on the 2023 budget. Staff are here to support council-led consultations, either virtually or in person. Interactive online engagement will also occur throughout ottawa.ca and Engage Ottawa, as well as the city's various social media channels. Engage Ottawa provides a comprehensive online engagement platform that will allow us to connect with residents in an interactive manner. Information about consultations and engagement opportunities will be promoted by public information and media relations through the city's social media channels and traditional media products. If you have any questions related to this report or throughout the budget process, please feel free to reach out to myself or my staff. We're always here to help answer any questions or guide the process. This is the end of our presentation, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you both. If councillors have questions, please let me know. Councillor Luloff, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and it seems as though quite a bit of thought has gone into this. So I appreciate it very much. I, like many of my residents and citizens across the city, are quite worried about what happens to property taxes when the next MPAC assessment hits. It's been put off over and over and over again. So I'm just wondering if Cyril and Wendy, if you can just take a minute to explain what that would do to our budget. And if we're committing today to a 2.5% increase, and then MPAC comes back with a 12% increase, does that now mean that we're actually going to go with like with a minus tax increase on our side to ensure that we balance out to 2.5? Can you talk about that a little? Over and over and over again. So I'm just wondering if Cyril and Wendy, if you can just take a minute to explain what that would do to our budget. And if we're committing today to a 2.5% increase, and then MPAC comes back with a 12% increase, does that now mean that we're actually going to go with like with a minus tax increase on our side to ensure that we balance out to 2.5? Can you talk about that a little bit? Because I think a lot of people are really worried about how that's going to hit their pocketbook.
First, Councillor, I'll let you know that we don't have any insight in terms of when that next assessment cycle is going to happen, nor what date they're going to use in terms of the assessment. When the province makes that announcement, we will be happy to share that with all of you. But I think what's important to remember in terms of this is when the next assessment happens and the values come out, it really depends on where somebody's property falls within the average. So if your property increases at the average rate of properties across Ottawa, you're not going to see an impact to your taxes outside of a budgetary increase. If the value of your property is below that, you will actually see a decrease. If your property is above the average, then you will see an increase. So it really depends on where it's going to come with respect to the average and the impact to that individual property.
Okay, understood. So are we anticipating additional tax revenue, like on average, from the MPAC assessment that is coming?
We do not receive additional tax revenue from the assessment. No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. So just to be clear about that, and I'll ask the interim city manager again, the MPAC does not, the MPAC assessments do not actually affect the revenues of the city, correct? Because if the assessments go up, they may affect how the distribution of property taxes among different residents based on how their individual assessments went up against the average. But if the assessments, for example, in a hypothetical year, if we were to freeze tax increases and the assessments went up by 10% or 20% or 30%, it wouldn't affect city's revenues. We do not collect any additional revenues based on the overall increase in assessments. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Are we speaking to the entire budget directions at this point? Like if we have comments about the 2.5% target, or is it just questions at the moment? Will we have another opportunity to address the larger?
So I think it's right now it's questions for the interim city manager and the interim chief financial officer.
Perfect. Yeah. So with respect to the presentation, what was assessment growth set at in or assumed to be in each of the last 2 years, for example?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Last year it was set at 1.4, but it came at 1.6. Our normal average over the past couple of years has been around 1.5%.
So because we have heard a lot about the additional revenue that comes in on top of existing tax base from growth. And my recollection is that, you know, you're in the right ballpark there. We've been assuming assessment growth with each budget that we put together of around 1.5%, 1.6%. What is the difference in apps? And forgive me, I wasn't able to copy down the math, but can you give me an idea of what the absolute numbers are associated with, say, a 1.6% assessment growth assumption versus, you know, the 2.2 this year?
I don't have that readily available, but I can certainly get it for you shortly.
If we could get that answer before the end of the meeting, that would be fantastic. So there's this, how many more millions are expected to be brought into the budget as a result of setting the assumption at 2.2%?
42 million is what the 2.2% will generate.
42 million?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so we can actually work the math backwards probably a bit on that. So a stronger growth assessment at 2.2% might be bringing the city roughly in $10 million more than we had brought in previous budgets as a result of growth assessment.
That's a correct assumption. I mean,
somewhere in that ballpark.
If we look at previous budgets as a comparator, we're probably a little better in terms of a 2.5 as an example and a 2.2. If we were to use a 3% tax increase and a 1.5% growth, we're actually slightly better because we're benefiting from that additional growth this year.
Yeah, and I asked the question because I want to make sure the colleagues understand that $2.2 million of growth assessment assumption is not new money that's flowing into the system. We always set an assumption around what the assessment growth is going to be. So that 2.2% is not all free money. It's a little bit higher than what we've assumed to be money coming in from growth assessment in past. So as we look at whether or not to target 2.5%, I think it's important to keep that in mind. That's not all new free money. It's a little bit higher than previous years. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. My question's for staff there. You mentioned that fuel is a hot button issue. How is the fuel for operations purchased?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the question. So from a diesel perspective, we do use edging contracts. So that gives us the ability to significantly risk mitigate the fluctuations in diesel. Today at the pump, diesel is about $2.17, $2.20. We get considerably lower rates on our edge contracts, so we employ that mechanism. Also from a city fuel, like your true fuel at the gas pump for normal vehicles, we do have fueling tanks at various sites. So we're actually able to benefit from improved pricing from that as well. So we kind of use a combination of both to help risk mitigate those prices.
And is our fuel purchased in kind of like, do we have some sort of 3 or 6 month or multi-month contract where we purchase it at today's rate and we get it at today's rate for the next X number of months, and then we kind of renegotiate that with a supplier in the future?
Thank you. So from a treasury perspective, when we edge our contracts, we do have a certain percentage, every year percentage in the first 6 months. And then over the 9 months, we reduce that percentage. So we may do 60 to 70% in the shorter term and then do a little bit less in the longer term. Again, because of the volatility of that commodity, a long-term hedging contract would not be financially feasible. So we kind of do it a little in the shorter term.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. And just to be clear about the sequence of events here, we'll continue to take questions specifically about the staff presentation. And then we will move to motions on the budget directions report. And then discussion on the report itself. So Councillor Brockington, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning to you and colleagues, and thank you, staff, for the presentation this morning. Would staff please clarify if the recommendations of a direction of 2 to 2.5% is staff's recommendation, or are you implementing direction from the mayor on this matter?
Mr. Mayor, to answer the question, that's the direction from the mayor's office.
Okay. Does staff have a recommendation to council based on the entire financial climate that we are in? We are going into past results from some of the COVID years of what a tax direction should be.
Mr. Mayor, as approved by the Term of Council governance report, we bring forward a framework that follows all the long-range financial plans, the fiscal framework. And then, of course, the final piece is that final direction in terms of what that tax levy should be. So from there, myself and my staff, we work with all the departments and GMs to build that budget and bring forward solutions to balance within that target. So staff do not come forward with what they perceive to be required, because again, we go through a very vigorous continuous improvement type approach as well to make sure that we're not just inflating the cost, the budgetary cost, but we're also inflating financial prudence and controls to make sure we balance within that direction received today from council.
Yeah, I want to make it clear that I acknowledge there's a difference between a budget direction versus actual setting the property tax rate. Today, we're giving direction to staff, go and put together your draft budget, and we'll debate it in a couple months. But I'm very concerned about risks and underestimating what costs will be. And the last term of council, colleagues, we set the tax rate at 3%. We specifically went from 2% in 2014-18 to 3% in 2018-2022. And we added, or we designated that extra percent to infrastructure because our infrastructure needs were significant and continue to be significant. I've written out a long list here of issues in River Ward, which I'm not going to read now, that just can't get addressed because there aren't sufficient funds in the budget to do that. And I'm sure there are similar pressures in other wards. So I want to make sure that our direction is based in reality and not politics, that the direction we give staff and the draft budget that comes back to us accurately outlines and addresses the challenges that we have, because it'll be even more challenging once that draft budget comes if we have not allocated enough funds to address those needs. So that's a huge concern that I have. I understand in the mayor's and other arguments that there is definitely a desire by the public to contain costs and contain their taxes. Absolutely agree with that. And I don't champion tax increases, but I think we have an overall responsibility to make sure that the key needs in this city, that the core services we deliver are met. And there comes a cost to that. And I want to make sure the numbers in our budget are realistic. So that's a huge concern that I have, particularly when the acting city manager this morning said, quote, "We have significant financial concerns." So do I. So I have an unease with this direction that we are establishing today. And as we get into some of the other motions, I will have more to say on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thanks to staff for your presentation. I'm wondering if, as an organization, we have an inflation rate for the city of Ottawa. And so can you provide that number? What is the city of Ottawa proper's, not the city writ large, but as an organization, what our inflation rate is?
Mr. Mayor, that's one of the fundamental challenges that we struggle with every year from a finance perspective. There is no real, that I'm aware of, set municipal inflationary factor. Obviously, there's StatsCan, Bank of Canada, et cetera. So when we look across our organization, and if you were to use the Consumer Price Index as a baseline benchmark, obviously the city's not in the business of food and those types of commodities, so we're impacted quite differently. So what we do is we try and look at our bigger ticket items. So obviously, as I mentioned, compensation being the biggest budgetary item, which are governed by our collective agreements. So we know that the majority of those have settled below 2%. When we look at our construction for capital, we look at the construction index. We also look at our other construction parameters internally, and we set that at 6.3%. Then when we look at other things in terms of our parts or other materials, we look at some of the contracts that we have. So again, some of those are actually at 2%, some might be at 3%. But again, when you look at overall, there's also the volume component. So if, for example, on our fleet side of the equation, obviously the prices of cars have increased significantly. So these are all things that we kind of factor into consideration as we build out that budget for tabling over the next 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay. Thank you for that. Helpful to have those figures. Would love to see a City of Ottawa inflation number rolled up one day. I know I've asked this in previous budgets too, but seems like we have most of the pieces there to potentially get to something like that, and would be really helpful just in future exercises. In the previous 3% budget scenario, as Councillor Brockington mentioned, 1% of that was previously targeted for infrastructure repairs and helping to tackle our infrastructure deficit. So under a 2 to 2.5% scenario, is there an assumed infrastructure needs percentage in there? How are you going about kind of previous council's direction around the infrastructure deficit with a 2 to 2.5% potential increase?
So as outlined in the presentation, we will bring forward a table budget that still follows those long-range financial plan parameters and guidelines. So we're still committed to closing that infrastructure gap. So that's the heavy lifting that me and my team and the various departments will be working on in the next 6 to 8 weeks to ensure that there's no risk to that long-range financial plan, that commitment that was set to close that infrastructure gap.
That's good to hear. And I think that brings me into my last question around the mitigation items you've mentioned in the report. So we've talked about potential capital project delays, other things of that sort. So on the point you just made and on the point that's being made in the report, when would council see that transparency about what projects are potentially being delayed, what things may fall off the wayside as a result of the budget?
Mr. Mayor, so that will be in the table of budget documents on February 1st. So once this report is approved today or the direction is set, that's where we'll do all that heavy lifting in terms of working with specifically Infrastructure Services Department to really get a sense of what the impact is there on capital or what that means. And we'll report that back through the documents in the table budget.
Okay. And will we see as a council very clearly what might have been funded, what's not being funded, and changes to things like DCs, what our expectation might be with changes provincially? Will that be a clear list that we'll be able to see?
Mr. Mayor, so my goal is that there be limited impact in terms of our renewal, because again, we're sticking to our long-range financial plans. From a DC perspective, obviously the impact of Bill 23, we're monitoring and analyzing that closely. We're working with my colleague Don and his team to make sure that we're aware of the latest challenges that will present. And yes, we will have that in our budget in terms of those potential impacts and the risk mitigations that we're going to employ, at least in the onset for 2023 as Bill 23 specifically unfolds and we see what the true impact is.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As following up on Councillor Menard's question on the impact from Bill 23, development charges and otherwise, specifically, will staff be recommending specific offsets to the loss options that council will have to offset the loss from development charges as part of the budget report that we'll see?
Mr. Mayor, so basically what we'll be doing is at this point, the plan is, and Don might want to top me up after I answer this question, is we're going to be reviewing the analysis of what we expect the impact to be. And of course, we're using our 2019 DC background as the premise to guide us through that analysis. There will be a 2024 DC background coming forward in this term, which would clearly articulate the true significant impact of Bill 23. But for 2023 budget perspective, we will outline the risk mitigation strategies and what that would mean. And that will be in a document and on the tabled report on February 1st.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to make sure my math is correct. So if a 2% tax increase would mean an additional just over $39.1 million in revenue, is it safe to say then that for every 1% that council might choose to add to taxes, it would mean an additional just under $19.6 million? Is that correct?
That is correct. And I'm looking to hire some more finance staff. So you want to talk to me.
Okay. I think this is going to be a challenging budget, partly because we are a new council, and the mayor mentioned 3 priorities in his opening remarks: infrastructure, transit, and housing. I think as a group, we haven't really decided on what our council priorities are. I mean, we all know what we ran on, and we've certainly been talking to each other, but it makes it a really challenging budget in 2023 to make any, I think, significant changes. I always think of the 2023 budget as almost a legacy of the last term of council. And for this council, we're looking at 2024 and the next 4 years beyond that in terms of really matching our spending to where our collective priorities are. And I think within the first 6 months of 2023, we will probably have a decision to make on term of council priorities. And that's really going to direct any major changes to our budget and our spending going forward. So not that we can't make changes, obviously, in 2023, but I think the more significant changes will be coming 2024 and beyond. So we'll see how it goes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. And I agree with what you're saying. And I think there will be an opportunity early in the new year to have council do a priority setting exercise that will inform our future decisions and particularly budget decisions going forward. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the finance team. You've got a lot of work ahead of you, no doubt. I appreciate it. I appreciate the questions from my colleagues regarding the infrastructure deficit. I share that concern. It's about projects that get delayed, and how do we account for the rising costs when things get delayed? That's what I've seen so far, is that and sometimes it's not even our fault, supply chain problems, et cetera. So how is that taken into account?
Mr. Mayor, so again, we work closely with Tammy, the Infrastructure Services team, and we look at obviously the budgetary impacts, but obviously there's the supply chain impacts in terms of actually delivering on those projects. So again, we try and line that up to ensure that, you know, we can deliver on the projects and reflect any potential shifts and delays. We also would like to remind council and the new members specifically, we also come forward on an annual basis in the June timeframe with an annual capital closure report. So again, that's kind of a mid-year pulse check in terms of where we're at and how things are unfolding. Obviously, the last 2-3 years, there's been significant challenges in terms of the delivery of the capital programs based on the supply chain and the impacts of pandemic. You know, is that gone? We don't know. But again, those are risks that we employ when we review the overall budget for capital specifically. And again, we use that mid-year report to kind of come back and update council in terms of what we're seeing as things unfold as we gear up for the true construction season in the March, April timeframe.
Thank you very much. This is kind of related, but in terms of our targets for affordable housing, that one concerns me because those are the costs that are probably the ones that rise the most, especially with land costs. And how are we going to hang on to our targets to reach more affordable housing. Are we guaranteeing a certain amount, or are we guaranteeing a certain number of units? How are we looking at it?
So we're using, obviously, the housing long-range financial plan is basically our guiding framework. So we're committed to, committed to that funding that's in that plan. Mr. Mayor did mention about, seeking further funding at provincial, federal level, which will help. Obviously, the impacts, again, of the pandemic and economic factors, supply is impacting pricing. So again, these are another layer of challenges that we'll present ourselves and working with Donna's team in terms of what the impacts is in terms of the number of units, because cost is increasing. But again, that will be put forward in the tabled 2023 budget documents.
Thank you. One of the concerns that I've heard from residents is not just their property taxes, but the fixed costs. The water bill was a big controversy. It's revenue neutral. It's meant to pay for itself. We need that infrastructure, but I'm concerned about making sure people understand that is going to go up, because it looks like it's going to go up quite a bit because of those direct costs of infrastructure. I've seen massive projects in my own ward. So how is that being accounted for? And I think that we really should make sure we communicate that with the public, so that people forget that that's a separate piece.
That's a great question. Again, I don't want to be repetitive, but the rate LRFP really guides us. And I think you alluded to exactly the nature of that operation. It's a very capital intensive, infrastructure driven utility. Sometimes it's one of those things where it's out of sight, out of mind. We don't get to see the underground infrastructure, which is very expensive. If you don't live in the ROPEC area or ward, you don't see that big facility. Sometimes you forget about the actual infrastructure needed to get that water flowing through our taps. So it is true. I mean, that program is probably the most intense, capital intense program we have in the city. That rate is due to increase at 4.2% in 2023, which is a slight reduction from previous years. So when we brought forward the rate LRP in 2017, 2018 timeframe, there was a little bit of a up and then slightly kind of falling down. And the good thing is we are on track to maintain those assets in a good state of repair, and we're on course for that. So,
thank you. One of the this is more a bigger question, but it always comes down to property taxes, and we know it's a regressive form of tax. We seem to be having large conversations with the province and with the feds. Have we looked at moving away from property taxes? Has that conversation been started? Perhaps it's something at AMO too, but just to get away from that and have a more equitable form of taxation. It's a big question. It's not going to affect this budget, but are those conversations possible?
First, Mr. Mayor, I would say all conversations are possible. Obviously, that's outside of the box thinking, which is good, right? The more we think outside the box, or the more we advocate upwards, the better. To your point, obviously, the municipality is the final stop in terms of the taxation process. So, I would certainly support those types of conversations and engagements to kind of support any types of if council will or engagement. I would certainly be here to partake in that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Desroches.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. And part of the exercise, I think, as difficult as it is each and every year, is the opportunity to educate residents on the complexity of the budget and how the budget comes together. And I find residents are still surprised that by law, we are required to have a balanced budget. And so that is one of the drivers here that creates tremendous pressure that, unlike other levels of government that can go into deficit for operating, we can't. So we have to be responsible with our decisions. I was also interested where Councillor Leeper was going with the growth funding and the assessment that sounds like we're sort of tacking it at a based on our history. And I think, again, the public view that, well, this is new money, that we're somehow making money off this. And in fact, the opposite is true, that where this growth comes in, money comes in, we do need to provide those services. So if you live in a high growth area such as mine, the residents expect that, the roads are going to get plowed, the sides will get plowed, the grass will get cut, bylaw will respond. That is not a windfall for us. It's actually going towards providing additional services. So my question was just in terms of the process, that the allocation of that it is going to departments that will be providing some extra capacity to, again, plow the roads, do the sidewalks, cut the grass in the parks. And how is that sort of allocated within the administration? So again, it's actually going to, the growth money is going to the growth services. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, so first I'll kind of come back to Councillor Leaper's question. So at 1.6% assessment growth, that's about 30.1 million. At 2.2%, it's the 42.18 million that's in the presentation. So Councillor Drews, to your question, so we don't go through the process where we arbitrarily just allocate that percentage equally across all departments. My personal view is that's not a good financial prudence or stewardship. What we do is we work closely with all departments and review all pressures. Specifically, we have a storm on the horizon coming on Friday. So obviously we work with Public Works team to make sure that we have the right increases there to support their winter maintenance budget, roads maintenance budget, et cetera. Same is true for parks and every other city service, recreational programs, et cetera. So really we look at more of a global approach, challenge each other to really do our due diligence to try and fit in where the true needs are, because every year there's a different need, different impact. Obviously, some services are more impacted by inflationary pressures versus others. So it's a very complex, there's no simple mathematical equation or right way to do it. It's very complex. And that's one of the reasons why we don't do that arbitrary flat line equal allocation across the board.
Good, that's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. And I don't know, is anyone else having trouble hearing? I think more people are using their headphones than others, but I think there's a way to increase the volume in this room for different mics. But anyway, I can speak quite loudly, but some people are not. Anyway, thank you for the presentation. A couple of very boring things maybe that I want to talk about. But when we get you'll get the budget direction and then you'll come back to us. And when we get whatever you come back to us with, the two categories of insurance and reserves, I think are the most problematic. There's a bit of a, why would you set reserves at what they are? We've finally gotten them up to be maybe in a healthy state, but you can't predict the future. None of us can either. But we're hearing on different boards I sit on, we're hearing that there's significant risk with insurance because insurance companies obviously are increasing their rates, but they're also refusing to insure things. And I give you cybersecurity attacks and ransom as one of them. And I just wonder in the budget direction, because it's somewhat of a crystal ball, will there be very specific? And I'm hearing from other categories that there will be assumptions, risks, risk mitigation. But if you look at some of the things we've had so far, where our insurance often is, well, the federal government will pay or the provincial government will pay, and we have reserves and we have insurance. We've had so many incidences recently where we're then quite worried about what we're going to do and who's going to pay for that. I'm wondering what we'll actually get when you give us the budget in those two categories.
So, Mr. Mayor, so if you can't hear me, let me know and I can certainly speak louder. So yes, so we obviously work closely with Val and Mr. White in terms of what those insurance premium costs are, and we will have a specific item in the budget for that pressure. I've identified that in the presentation because we know that that's a significant pressure going into 2023. With respect to reserves, obviously, we did bring forward a reserve policy report back in 2018, which established those, minimum maximum balance, which we follow, and we do have our reserves close to those levels today. But the other components of your question, I'm not sure, Mr. White, if you want to address anything that the councillor asked that I didn't address.
Mr. Mayor, certainly when we look at the insurance portfolio and the city's integrated insurance program, appreciating that our renewals are done largely through the rest of the year. Our main program renews at the end of August. So any of those costs are known for almost 3/4 of the year. To your point, we have seen what they call a hardening of the insurance market, but it would appear that the peak of that is past. But we will be working with finance in terms of both options to mitigate that with respect to the structure of the program, but also to have a sense of the totality of what the city requires from an insurance perspective as part of its overall risk management approach.
Okay, I'll look forward to all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Like you, I'm having trouble hearing, but I understand we have the volume at the highest level. So I'll encourage everyone to speak at the as close to as possible to the microphone and project. Project like you're Sean Devine, who has some acting experience. Unfortunately, he's not here to hear that joke. But Councillor Johnson, please go ahead in your loudest voice.
Thank you. Yes. And I think there's also an opportunity to try and speak more excitedly about the budget. That can sometimes help if you modulate your voice to sound excited. So I'll try and sound excited. I guess, I really appreciate your point to my Stittsville colleague pointing out that we are a new council and that with the compressed cycle, we can imagine this as a legacy budget. And I do hear the rationale for that. But certainly, in inheriting a ward that has serious capital concerns, I do believe that there are some risks to not look at the 2023 budget as its own decision point. And so what I've been trying to do over the last 2 weeks is get a really big education. So I appreciate all the teachable moments, and I'm going to ask for a few more. So the number that jumps out to me is construction inflation at 6.3%. And I'd really like to understand, Wendy, I know that you and I had emailed briefly over the last week about this. Can you let me know what the construction inflation rate has been for the last 2 years, let's say, as we've negotiated our budget comparatively?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I know in the past couple of years, I've seen rates as high as 5.8. Before that, I've seen rates in the 1.82%, 2.7%. So it really is fluctuating. 6.3 is probably one of the largest ones that I've seen in my tenure here at the city.
Okay, thank you. And I understand then that 6.3% gets taken into consideration when you look at your long-range financial plan for the year. So, do we anticipate that as we move into a second phase of how COVID has created pressures, or perhaps how Bill 23 will create an added opportunity for greater development in Ontario, how that inflation rate may, what would you call it, react?
Again, inflation is one of those variables that, depending on who you talk to, what day, what metric you use, it's very fluid. So to the best of our ability, that's a pretty risk averse of 6.3 is probably what I would suggest going forward with. Again, as things do change, we do come back with regular updates to council, specifically on the capital side through the annual capital closure process. So that would give us a good opportunity to really update council and members in terms of if things do significantly change. And then, of course, what strategies or risk mitigations we would employ at that time to limit the risks of anything that potentially gets adopted through the budget process. So hopefully that answers your question. Or
yes, it does. I take the point that we don't know, but I think we could guess that given the future pressures on the construction industry, that those will remain constant and likely we will see still a high rate of inflation. I also wanted to know, do we anticipate, I understand salaries are our biggest costs and we're imagining some of these contracts being at 2%. I'm also interested in ensuring that the city of Ottawa remains an attractive place for skilled trades. If we have a labor shortage now, and if these construction pressures continue to climb, I know there are certain aspects of our service that can be seduced by the private sector. And so if we're trying to remain fiscally prudent, but salaries exceed Otherwise, we may lose the opportunity to attract and retain good talent. So there are some longer implications for this that comes with the construction and capital budget that I am concerned about. So when it comes to the 6.3%, can you help me understand really what the decisions are? Because I think what I'm struggling with is that I understand the direction is one thing and we're just setting a direction and that's great. But I've never really been an executive of a corporation before where the implications for your decision come at a later date and they're uncoupled to a certain extent. We understand all of the factors with which you will make your decision, but unfortunately, to try and get to ground on what the implications are, what the priorities might be, it's a strange process. So I'm trying to get my best information. Are we going to see deferrals of capital projects given the current, is that a solution? I want to know about deferrals of capital projects and I'd like to understand the impacts on reserves because I'm trying to figure out where those tough decisions come from. And if we're going to maintain services and we're going to maintain salaries, is there something in between that we're going to have to make a decision on that will impact, my residents in College Ward?
So, Mr. Mayor, maybe indulge me for a few minutes. So again, when we do the long range financial plan, we do it in that year's respective present dollar. So 2018, if we came forward with the tax long range financial plan, we would have had a 10-year plan based on 2018 dollars. Then what we do is during each subsequent annual budget process, we true up that by the reflective inflation experience at that time, which is probably the best prudent way to do it because it really keeps us on the line in terms of what that funding envelope should be. Then through each annual budget process, what we do is we work closely with departments, mainly infrastructure services, because they have the bulk of the capital programs, and really factor in any other potential risks or price escalations that may be occurring. At this point, there's no plan for any deferrals in the 2023 budget. Really, it's working with that team to ensure that the mechanisms they employ from a priority, from a delivery perspective, are employed into that envelope and employed to kind of correlate back to that long-range financial plan. There's also consideration given in terms of what can be physically and feasibly delivered in the market. There's obviously a capacity issue as well in terms of what can actually be delivered. So these are all considerations that go into play when my team works with Tammy's team, infrastructure services, and the other capital programs to kind of come back with the best kind of plan forward. So again, there's, I'm not anticipating or not planning for any deferrals. And to be a little bit repetitive, that's why it's important for that capital closure report that you'll see when we come in June. That's of significance because it really gives us an opportunity to do that pulse check and that check-in to kind of identify potential risks or delays, and then of course strategies to kind of address those. So hopefully that kind of roundabout way answers your question.
It does. And I understand in my brief education on roads that an example of priority when we are talking about road reconstruction is that we prioritized arterial roads, as a council direction. And so local roads were, chosen to defer those projects. And that is how we will make sure that we don't do deferrals. But what I'm really struggling with is, I was at the College Loblaws this weekend. Box of Cheerios is $8.99. That's bananas. And then, I have kids that are on their bicycles on our local roads that are going over bumps, or we don't have the sidewalks. And there are certain trade-offs that are unfortunately being pitched against each other in this conversation. And I'm struggling to make the right decision. So I just wanted to put that out there, and thanks for letting me take my full 5 minutes to bring me up to speed.
Technically, you have 23 seconds left, but thank you, Councillor Johnson. All right, let's move from there. And obviously, we're going to continue to be talking about the budget direction as we move forward through these motions. So let's move to the motions now, beginning with the motion from Councillor Curry, seconded by me, on the fare freeze for OC Transpo, which was introduced last council meeting.
So I'll just read the therefore. So whereas all those other things, therefore be it resolved that the 2023 budget will include a transit fare freeze for 1 year, including seniors pass, Equipass, and youth fares. General introduction is that, you know, given a lot of what we've talked about here, we understand that costs are rising for everyone. And, you know, I'm sure what you heard at the doors was not different from what I heard at the doors, where people were talking about the price of Cheerios at College Square. Oh, no, that was your word. But the Canada Food Bank, for example, is up 30% increase in need. Different families entirely showing up at the food bank these days. And prices are very high wherever you go for everything. So this is one way. And I know that the mayor talked about this in his campaign, but the people in Canada for sure, and I know I've talked to many of the rest of you, we're also in agreement that people are challenged, and this is one way to certainly help people manage their budgets. So I hope you'll support it.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Gower.
Thank you. Can staff give us an estimated dollar impact of what that would mean for the revenue from transit next year?
Mr. Mayor, that would reflect approximately a $5 million impact to the transit fare revenue generated from ridership.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've heard that we're facing significant pressures in many service areas, and transit comes top of mind. Our ridership, while slowly returning, it's still less than we expected and hoped for. So with this proposed fare freeze and the loss of $5 million in revenue, as well as the Safe Restart funding coming to an end, what strategies are being used to keep within the 2 to 2.5% allocation?
Mr. Mayor, so that's been a lot of effort and work that we've been undertaking, and we will continue to undertake in the final few weeks before we table the budget. Obviously, my team is working closely with Renee's team in terms of what strategies we can employ in terms of cost savings, potential efficiencies, and realignments. So that work is well on our way, but we're not in the final stages yet. Pending direction today, that's going to really accelerate us to get through that process in the next 6 weeks. So we'll be back on February 1st with an outline of all the strategies employed and what the risk mitigations will be in terms of the 2023 impacts.
Thank you. Renee, did you want to add anything to that?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, nothing to add for this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, and I'll certainly be supporting this as a budget direction, but I am concerned about one-off freezes. If we don't have a transit freeze in the 2024 budget, is it staff's anticipation that we would need to inject $10 million worth of money into the budget in order to ensure that the budgeting for OC Transpo works?
So, Mr. Mayor, I mean, obviously, a fare freeze does result in a significant impact to the longevity in the long term, which is of significance. Obviously, the plan is for us to come back with a revised long-range financial plan this term at some point. So I can only speak to what staff would do today in terms of the direction set for 2023. Obviously, it would be known that will result in future impacts if there isn't a offsetting cost reduction of that impact or a stable correlated cost savings to mitigate that. But again, we'll take that direction today in terms of what it means for 2023 and then review the process and come back for 2024 and see what the direction is at that point.
Will the long-range financial plan be coming back in 2023?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you repeat that?
Will the long-range financial plan for transit be coming back in 2023?
At this point, I foresee that as yes, it will be slated to come back in 2023.
And then so that 2020, you'd have a new base expectation of fare revenue from which you could begin to work looking forward if we and correcting from that adjustment that we're making in the 2023 budget. Sorry, that's thinking out loud, but yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Would staff please clarify that the total sum deficits in 2020, 2021, and 2022 for OC Transpo is approximately $300 million. Is that correct?
The operating deficit, there was no deficit in 2021. There was a surplus for transit. For 2022, we are projecting a shortfall of, I think it's 22.2 million. We received funding from other levels of government of $63.3 million. I think what you're referring to is sort of that long-term impact if we were to take $5 million of fare revenue out of the base and what that would look like. So to Cyril's point, what we will need to do, should this motion pass today, is look to find savings within the budget so we're not having that long-term impact.
In 2020, before we were bailed out by the upper levels of government, the transit budget deficit was $124 million. Am I incorrect? That we are still facing an approximate $90 million budget deficit this year before you factor in provincial and federal bailouts. So my question is, before we factor in for those 3 years, the bailouts that we received that saved our bacon, the deficits were about $300 million. When you add those up, is that correct?
Yes, the shortfalls were accounted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So with fare revenues plummeting due to COVID, we have been in what I believe a serious financial situation, particularly with public transit, and every dollar counts here. And of course, I want to freeze and lower fares and taxes for the people of Ottawa. Of course I do. I think raising fares and taxes is the absolute last option we should consider, that we have an obligation to demonstrate to the public that we've taken initiatives throughout this process, that before you raise taxes, before that's your first option, you do everything you can to mitigate those increases. That's how I think, and that's how I do my budgeting. So I'm very concerned that taking much needed revenues out of the total transit fare or the transit package will have negative impacts. How can this not impact service? I just can't see that happening. The recreation fare or fee freeze was amended from across the board to targeted recreation fees to families in need. That is the right way to go. And so if you want to have a fare freeze rather than across the board, I think you target cohorts of transit riders. We have an Equa Pass, we have an Equa Fare, we have people on paratranspo, we have seniors in need. Target those groups. We really want to help people in need. We have fare classes for those cohorts of riders, and you can freeze those fares and not have a $5 million impact that's going to hurt us for many years. So of course I want fare increases to be mitigated and capped, but we have an overarching responsibility here to make sure that decisions we make don't negatively impact the system as a whole. And I believe this decision will do that. So I'll be criticized for not supporting a fare freeze for everyone, but at the same time, I'm very concerned about the long-term ramifications on public transit in this city. We can't do more because we don't have the funds to do that. And I know that there are needs in my ward that still can't be met because we don't have the funds to do that. And now we're going to reduce revenues when we've had in the last 3 years a $300 million deficit before we've been bailed out. And we know that the bailout for 2022 won't match our needs, that the monies that are coming don't equal the deficit that we're generating. So we're going to rate our reserves to get through 2022. So we are in a position here that concerns me greatly. And that's why I have concerns with this motion as well. If you're concerned about the people in most need, target those fare classes, freeze those fares instead of across the board fare freeze. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. My first question is actually for the mover, Mayor. In the therefore be it resolved, it says including youth fairs and a bunch of other classes there. Is that just like some examples, or are we targeting our classes?
Well, I can speak to that, Councillor Curry, if you're okay. The intention is to freeze all fares and passes. So I think those references were included so that it was clear that it included them.
Thank you. Yeah, there were some resident questions about that. Second question is for staff. When we're determining the shortfall in revenue, the $5 million shortfall in revenue, did you take into account, for example, if we did raise the fare, did you take into account that there is a potential loss in ridership? Is that factored into that $5 million at all, or is this just like a pure revenue standpoint?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that's a pure revenue standpoint perspective.
So there is a possibility that if we did increase fares, the increase in revenue would not actually be $5 million, correct?
Sorry, repeat that.
So if it's just pure revenue and you don't factor in the possibility of lost ridership through a fare increase, that means that $5 million could very well not be true, correct?
Correct. The challenge would be, what would you employ in terms of potential lost rider? Like, will one rider fall off because you increased, or will it be substantially more? So, correct.
All right. Thank you. So.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. So I think the point you're trying to make, Councillor Lowe, is that we can't assume ridership will be at the same level with increased fares as it would be with frozen fares, and therefore we might lose some fare revenue if we increase fares. So it might not be a difference of $5 million. Is that right?
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I appreciate that price elasticity is being recognized in the room, because we certainly were increasing transit fares throughout the pandemic when we had very low ridership, and I disagree with that. So I agree with this motion. I'm going to support it because I think we need to catch up and get our fares more in line with the rest of North America. We have very high fares in Ottawa compared to a lot of cities in North America. And we were doing that while we had steadily declining ridership for many years, including obviously in the pandemic. I did just want to clarify about the therefore be it resolved though, because in the past, when we have frozen fares, and I've heard the line about this is across the board, but we used to include the community pass in there. So it's not in there now. And if we're saying these are just examples that everything will be frozen, that would take care of that. But I want to make sure I get clarity, because we also have the U-Pass, right? And the U-Pass has increased even when we've frozen fares. And students pay a lot of money in Ottawa for the U-Pass. I helped implement it in the city, and I fought for lower fares at the time, and they went up quite high in Ottawa for the U-Pass for students at University of Ottawa, Carleton University, and Algonquin College, as well as St. Paul University, I believe. So is the U-Pass intended to be frozen as part of this as well to staff, or was the intent the items just in the motion?
Mr. Mayor, the intent is a fare freeze across the board.
Okay, and does that include the U-Pass?
Yes.
Okay. That's interesting.
Councillor Menard, if I could just speak to that for a moment. My intention in supporting this motion and in making this recommendation is that nobody is paying more in 2023 than they did in 2022. So it's a fair freeze across the board, not a selective one in certain areas.
Okay. No, it's appreciated and very clear. I appreciate that. Just in the past, we haven't done the U-Pass as part of it, and there's a process on campus with referendum and things like that. So just to be clear about that, this is intended for all, and I appreciate that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to offer a perspective and to further what Councillor Lowe was saying. We all know that the ridership on OC Transpo is down, and I believe a large part of that is driven by the federal public service. The reason why I will be supporting this motion is because I personally found as a federal public servant, when I returned to work once or twice a week, that the fares were punitive, and it actually made more sense to drive when I wasn't going in 5 days a week. I was a transit pass holder, and it made sense for me to hold a monthly pass when I worked full-time in the office. But when I transitioned to only going in 1 or 2 days a week, it no longer made sense for me to balance out, do I pay $7.50 today, or do I just pay $15, $16 to drive? And I found myself driving more, and I do not believe in driving downtown. I believe in public transit from an environmental perspective, and I actually enjoy being driven around. So I think that's a really big consideration. It's unfortunate that the announcement from the federal government did not come forth, but I do expect that we'll see an increase in transit. And I think in order to incentivize those federal public servants who may be returning to work to get back on transit, I think we need to keep the fares low this year. And in terms of what Councillor Menard was mentioning in terms of elasticity, I absolutely understand, and normally I'm a bit more fiscally conservative. I understand Councillor Brockington's point, but I think if we really want to increase the ridership, we need to freeze the fares this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kelly.
So traditionally, there's a 55-45% split in between rate, transit users and taxpayers. Will this rate freeze have an impact on that ratio?
Mr. Mayor, no, there should be no impact on that ratio.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. All right, is the motion carried? Did you want to say anything? Okay.
I just wanted to make one point. We're doing yays and nays? Okay, but I just want to make one point.
Okay.
The concept that the money we get from the government is a bailout, I don't think that's a great word. I think it's funding from other levels of government, right? I mean, other levels of government have a great interest in our transit systems working well. And I just think we used to always call it funding from other levels of government. So that may continue. Again, some of this is crystal balling. I also want to say that, if you're paying attention to the Bank of Canada, maybe everyone is, they're also messaging that this is potentially nearing the end of their interest rate increases. And so when we talk about, this is 2023 that we're talking, 2024 will be quite a different thing. Maybe things will change. Maybe inflation will come down. Maybe there will be no more interest rate increases. Maybe people will be in a different place. Maybe our ridership will be up. Lots of ifs, lots of crystal balling, but this is a 1-year thing. And I think that this is the right thing to do for right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. I'll add as well that I was at the Big City Mayors Conference last week. We met with several representatives of the federal government, including the Prime Minister, and the number one issue we talked about was funding for transit. So there is the potential that there could be more funding for transit from the federal government going forward as well. All right, let's call the vote, please.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche.
Wait.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
22 yeas, 3 nays.
Thank you. Let's move to the next motion from Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had introduced this at the last meeting, so I'll just read the therefore be resolved that the 2023 youth recreational programming costs be decreased by 10% in recreation programs targeted to youth and children, and that staff be directed to bring forward options to achieve the decreased costs through initiatives to offer free or low-cost sessions for children and families in participatory activities such as public swimming, skating, or to increase existing participant subsidization entitlements for low-income families.
Did you want to add any comments, Councillor Dudas?
Well, we just had a fulsome conversation about the impacts of not only city budgeting, but also, you know, the impacts of impact, not to mention the cost of gas, groceries, and, you know, everybody's feeling it these days, and the cost of things continue to increase. Our families, particularly those in lower income situations, are feeling it harder than most. And to be able to offer youth programming in our recreation facilities that will not only give them the opportunity to socialize, which is much needed after the pandemic, but also to be active, fit, and engaged in the community. I see this as a very good addition to our city's budget conversation. And I think that once again, decreasing the cost to allow them to participate in this fashion is an effective way of building up a stronger youth and making sure that we're investing our money wisely.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. As the seconder of this motion and having campaigned on this commitment, I'll provide a bit of context as well that when I talked about it during the campaign, I imagined an across the board 10% reduction in recreation fees for families. Since the election, I've had conversations with some of you and with staff on the ability to more effectively target the people who need those savings the most. So the motion here reflects that we would be choosing programs that are disproportionately helping families in need rather than an across the board cut. The cost would be exactly the same, but we'd be allocating these savings more directly to the people who need it most in our community. Councillor Troster.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you very much, Councillor Dudas. So I do think this is the right approach. I support the idea of having deeper subsidies. And, you know, as someone who represents the ward with the highest rate of poverty in the city, I am very concerned. But one thing I wanted to flag, I don't think it'll make it into this specific motion, but I do think it needs to go to Community Services Committee as soon as possible, is the issue in my ward in particular is not only the cost, but how quickly the spots fill up. So, you know, on registration night for swimming lessons, the lessons at Plant Pool in my neighborhood filled up within 4 minutes. So I really think we need to have a mechanism in place that if there are going to be subsidized spots, that those spots are held in some way or reserved for folks who will be accessing this subsidy, because as we know, not everybody can be on their computer exactly at 9 p.m. with a good internet connection to be able to nab those swimming lessons. And we've seen in lower income neighborhoods where children don't learn to swim, it's a higher drowning risk. It is a safety issue. And so I really think it's key for this motion to be successful and to have the targeted impact we want to ensure that we have some mechanism to make sure that those children and families can actually get access. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. Same question as I think for people headed for transit. How much is this expected to cost?
So, Mr. Mayor, approximately estimate right now is between $300,000 and $400,000. What we will be leveraging is the N&N subsidy budget, which has been underutilized in the past couple of years due to the pandemic. So that gives us an opportunity to kind of leverage that existing budget to kind of support this program. Obviously, as program uptake increases, that might put a pressure there. But again, we do come back on a quarterly basis with updates on the operating side of the equation in terms of results and how we're tracking in the year. So those risks, again, will be brought back, but it's unanticipated that there will be a substantial risk to the budget for 2023.
Okay. No, within the context of the overall budget, $300,000 or $400,000 is not much to spend to accomplish something that's very worthwhile. So this will certainly have my support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Luloff.
So I suppose I'm slightly less concerned now after hearing that number, but to Dan Chenier, we have a lifeguard shortage. We're not able to deliver the amount of aquatics programs that would meet demand. I'm wondering if this will hinder your efforts to get to a place where we're better meeting the demand of residents on aquatic programming.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. We don't believe so. What we have planned is a suite of services that we know there are barriers to accessing those services. And I was glad to hear Councillor Crosser talk about Plant and the popularity of our swimming lessons. And one of the things we'd like to come back with in the new year to the committee is ways of encouraging continuous learning in swimming for people that are already in programs, because exactly to the councillor's point, drowning prevention's one of the main reasons we offer these programs, and having a series of lessons interrupted by the fact that you can't register. It may require some policy considerations, some outside the box thinking in terms of policies, which I think are best debated outside the budget process. But we're happy to do that and to put our thinking caps on how to improve access. In terms of staffing, there's no doubt that we continue to have a challenge with staffing. There's a couple of things on the horizon that will help that. One is 3 years of retroactivity for our part-time staff that are working in these positions as the city settles with its collective bargaining negotiations. But the other thing is that the plan that we're proposing under this motion is really making providing better access to sessions that are already planned for and staffed. So we don't think that the staffing issue will in any significant way impact this. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Do you want to do an NLS research with me, and we could get back on and help out with the capacity issue? Or?
Absolutely, Councillor. We should be on deck.
Let's do it.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Bradley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Dudas, for bringing this forward and for this more nuanced approach. My question is more around process. So just so I understand, so will staff be bringing back options for how this decrease will be applied for council's consideration during the budget process?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we do. We have prepared a series of possible options and costed them out. And depending on the outcome of budget deliberations, we will move forward with implementing those. We will give council the opportunity to review what is being proposed, and you can weigh in on both the nature of the programs we're offering, as well as things like frequency, location, all of those kinds of things. We will lay those all out as part of the budget process.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Just as an overall comment, this reduction in fees is not only about swimming, as important as swimming is, but the cost of playing all kinds of sports, hockey in particular, is so expensive for families that many families do rely on our community centers. I know the Richcraft Center in Canada is packed solid with kids who are not playing organized sports. They're playing pickup volleyball. They're really well used, and for the fees to be reduced is critical. I mean, interesting research coming out that kids now, the optometrists are seeing many more kids who are nearsighted because they only practice looking at things near, like their computer screens, instead of being out playing sports or in a rec center, doing something where their eye muscles are used to see far. And it's quite interesting, the time in the pandemic right now where schools were not offering extracurriculars, right? There weren't the same teams. That anything we can do, I think, that get kids and families out to use some of our services. I know that the schools are increasing their fees for rentals of gyms, which means other programs like indoor soccer are going to be more expensive for families. So I'm really glad to see that we're trying to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I certainly do appreciate the spirit behind the motion and the direction in which it's going. And I'm also aware, similar to what was discussed on the earlier motion, I'm aware that any fee lowering measure that we approve will have an impact on our overall revenues. And with that in mind, I always want to be looking to see that what we do will have the maximum benefit for those who have the least and for those who need it the most. And so as I currently understand the motion, it's 10% across the board, reduction in fees to all families. And as to the at the end of the therefore be it resolved part where it says, or to increase existing participant subsidization entitlements for lower income families, what I essentially want to know, or a question for staff, have we explored means where there could be perhaps a different way of setting rates based on income of families? And I ask this because I did meet during my campaign several families in community housing that were talking about whether or not the fees could be based on their far lower than my own, but their far lower family income level. So has that been explored, or is that contained within this therefore be it resolved? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, one of the cornerstones of what is being proposed on this motion is the city's hand-in-hand program. And to the councillor's point, the hand-in-hand program is a means-tested program where we do look at a family's income and allocate an offsetting credit on whatever the fee is. If it's a $100 swimming lesson, they can apply that. Over the last 2 years, council has increased the hand-in-hand annual allocation per participant from $185 to $205. Part of what this would do is maintain that, because that isn't funded. Each year, the treasurer had found supplemental funding to enable us to do that. This maintains that so that residents will continue to be able to have that extra $20 per year. And I can tell you that in the case of children, most often parents can allocate their $205 to their children. And we see a lot of that, particularly for summer camps, so that it can buy multiple weeks of programming. So hand in hand does look at income and does match people with the lowest income with the highest subsidy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Dudas, did you want to add anything? Okay, thank you. Is the motion carried? Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your support on those two measures that I think will address, help families in our community address affordability. All right, the next motion is a motion from Councillor Leeper, seconded by Councillor Menard, related to the budget process for standing committees. Technically, this would be a motion that would require reconsideration because it actually relates to the governance report, which has already been passed. But I understand there was a miscommunication and a misunderstanding about the right time to bring this motion forward. So I'm inclined to allow the motion to proceed. Councillor Leeper, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And I take it then that it's been waived, the required for procedure has been waived. So colleagues, I'm hoping you can help me with some clarity about how the budget process is going to unfold. Over the past couple of weeks, I've heard different interpretations of what committee is allowed to do. And if you'll bear with me, Mayor, I want to take people through the background to this motion. When we passed governance review said that each standing committee will work with the budgets for the city departments under their mandate, and any increases to those budgets will be funded by appropriate offsetting revenues or expenditure reductions from within the city budget as a whole. And I'm looking at the words offsetting revenues, and I think it's very reasonable to assume that offsetting revenues could include a slightly higher tax rate. Taxes are a form of revenue at the city. It might be fees, other forms of revenues, but it strikes me that when we passed governance review, that we gave committees the ability to recommend spending over and above the allocation that would otherwise be within their purview, when we said that they could recommend that those new programs or new spending be offset with revenues. But today in budget directions, the committee process is described as members may move a motion at a standing committee to increase that committee's budget envelope by identifying an offsetting reduction from a different standing committee's budget. Such motions would be referred to City Council, sitting as Committee of the Whole. So in our budget direction document today, we have said we don't have an option of recommending to Committee of the Whole that they raise taxes by some amount as an offsetting revenue. The budget directions would constrain the committees to recommending budgets that either allocate only what they've originally been allocated in their draft budget or where they found offsets. I'm looking for clarity today from Council as to how we want to proceed, because I believe that those two languages are mismatched. Councillor Menard and I have brought a motion that reads, therefore be it resolved that standing committees be permitted to recommend increased investments to their respective budgets as financial pressures for consideration by Committee of the Whole, even in the absence of recommended offsetting reductions elsewhere in the budget, and recommendations to increase the citywide rate or similar revenue sources to offset those pressures may be considered at standing committee. And I think the question that I'm trying to settle today is, if community services wants and feels the need after listening to delegations to implement a $20 million program to buy every child in the city a puppy, can the standing committee vote on that motion and recommend to Committee of the Whole that taxes be raised to fund the new Puppy for Every Child program? I'll leave it there. I know the outcome that I'm seeking is that we would be allowed to do it, but if that is not where Council wants to go, if Council wants to absolutely constrain committee, I'm prepared to accept that today, but I just need to have that clarity with respect to how the process is going to unfold. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. I'll say right up front that while I out of respect for Councillor Leeper and I wanted to allow the motion to proceed, I won't be supporting the motion. I think that I believe, based on the conversations that Councillor Leeper and I have had over the course of the last week or so, that our intent is the same, that we want to leave room for councillors to be involved in the budget process and for committees to be involved in the budget process and make recommendations about where we can invest more money. And there may be circumstances where we may choose to have, for example, a budget increase of more than 2.5% in one area and a budget increase of less than 2.5% in another area. It doesn't have to be the same across the board. The challenge, I think, is around the process that we would follow in order to reach that point. And I think what's challenging about what Councillor Leeper is proposing is that we could have every committee come back to council with a recommendation to spend more than 2.5%, and then we would find it very difficult to keep the commitment in the budget direction if it's passed of 2.5%. So I don't support the motion for that reason. It is possible at any time for a councillor to make a motion at our final budget if they want to buy puppies for everyone, or any other motion that they would intend to make a motion saying, I believe we should spend an additional X amount of money and increase taxes to do it, and council would be voting on that motion at that time. So there is always room at the final budget discussion to move a motion to do whatever a particular councillor proposes, and council will vote on that motion. But my feeling is that we simply need to have a budget process where councillors and committees are included in the discussion, and we're working these things out rather than allow committees to come back with recommendations that go beyond the budget envelope, with the expectation that there's a bunch of committees that are going to come back with asking for less money than the budget envelope, and that's how it's going to be offset. I think that practice has been tried before and it didn't work, which is why we have the structure that we have now to the budget process. But I'm committing to an inclusive budget process where councillors will participate and be fully consulted, and where committees will have the ability to recommend new ideas, and we can work together to achieve those within the prescribed budget envelope. Councillor Menard, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Leeper for the motion. I think we heard during the election campaign from all candidates that the budget process at the City of Ottawa has not been adequate. That residents often come to committee or attend the sessions that we hold, but then don't see the changes that they're looking for reflected in the budget. Often the budget is drafted early, and it's hard to get those types of changes. And right now, I think our process is not ideal. So if you as a city councillor at a committee meeting and the rest of your committee wants to increase, and I'm not going to say puppies, I don't think that's helpful, but let's say $50,000 for some other initiative around, let's say, school guard crossings or things like that matter to our communities. What you would have to do is go and say, look, I'm on transportation committee. I'm not, I wish I was, but I'm on transportation committee, and I want school guard crossings here that budget to increase. I'm going to have to go and pick off another committee that I don't sit on, that I might know nothing about, and say from, Transit Commission, or from, Fedco, I'm picking your budget apart because I want a $50,000 program that delegates have come out and spoken to over and over and over again. It makes it nearly impossible to make those changes, because who in their right mind would want to go and say, I'm taking from Fedco when I don't know about that committee and what's doing there to add to this other budget when you haven't talked with Fedco. So the process as it stands is not a good process. And so what the motion is trying to correct is what has always been the case under normal circumstances, except for when it comes to the budget. Committees have autonomy to make those choices based on delegations going to those committees, and that will then rise to council, where the ultimate authority will be exercised. So do we want committee autonomy with staff experts in the room? Are we all professional enough? Are we all, in a situation where we can judge whether delegates are coming out and adding something that we want to add or not add, and have a democratic vote at a committee that would then rise to a democratic vote as a council, sticking within a 2.5% or what you might want to, what you might want as that committee? Are we all professional enough to do that at a committee level where we have professional staff and we can weigh the delegates' motions? I think we are. I think we're grown up enough to be able to weigh those things at a committee where we have due debate, where delegations can feel respected, and we get a change to what is a bad budget process right now. So that's what this motion is trying to correct. It's a process thing. It doesn't mean taxes are going through the roof and we're buying ponies. That's not what it is. It's process. And right now, I think the process is not adequate. This process changed. It used to be this way, that committees could do this. That's how it was always done. That changed, right? And it changed, I think, to our detriment, to our residents' detriment. So let's go back to the process that worked well, where residents felt more involved, where delegates mattered, that we could change things and have things come back ultimately to council to make that decision, but that the committee has autonomy and structure, and that we're all professionals that can make these decisions together, debating at committee. I think let's vote for this motion and move on from what was a bad process in the past.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Since you spoke to the process that was used in the past, I want to ask the interim city manager to offer some comments on why we adopted the process that we have now and what some of the history was, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the process was changed. Before the change, it was a very difficult process to manage in terms of trying to stay within the overall tax target and the processes outlined in the governance report. And I mean, what it means is we're doing the budget on the fly, quite frankly, because we're trying to figure out where all of the funding sources are going to be during those discussions. So it's just incredibly challenging to be able to manage that with what we have laid out. It's very clear in terms of identifying those offsets, so we are able to achieve the tax targets that are agreed to by council.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, like everyone, I would like to see a fulsome thorough budget debate and discussion at committees. I want all the issues to get out there, all the delegations to come out, and a really fulsome uncovering of the issues and make decisions at committee, which we then recommend to committee of the whole. What I'm concerned about is if we remove any type of budget cap, committees could come back to committee of the whole with a recommended budget that is 3% more or 4% more, or 5% more. And then we're going to get into a situation at committee of the whole where you have potentially multiple budgets from multiple standing committees that exceed the budget direction. And then we're going to be in a cutting exercise. Because if we want to fit it into that 2.5% cap, we have to make some changes. So I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying we have to understand what a decision like this could lead us to. So I do believe there needs to be more flexibility in how committees make decisions. So I agree that the current process, there's room for improvement. I'm just concerned if you think about some more extreme examples of what could happen, this budget process could be extended significantly in length. So I'm going to ask the city clerk a question about procedure, and that is it possible for a standing committee to approve its budget within the cap that we've just approved under the budget direction, but still have serious considerations about unfunded budget priorities and pass motions that will go to committee of the whole that says, here's our budget, but we're concerned about that we haven't been able to fund a new fire truck. We haven't been able to fund enough paramedics. We're putting some in, but we've run out of funds. We've debated this at length. We can't cut any more, but we want the committee of the whole to know we still have priorities. And yes, any member can move that as a motion, but I think it's more weight when a committee says, here's our budget, and we would really like the committee to consider these one or two additional items or priorities. Procedurally, I think that's doable. Just wanted a comment from the city clerk.
Mr. Mayor, yes, I believe that's doable.
So, I mean, that's something that can be undertaken as well, that when a standing committee's budget is approved and put towards the overall committee of the whole, you can say, here are some additional priorities we would like council to consider. The last thing I'll just ask the acting city manager is it possible that in the draft budget that's released, that some committees will see budget increase of more than 2.5% because of priorities, and others will have less than 2.5% because, again, lesser priorities? Can you just confirm that that is an option as well?
I think that's a fair assumption, yes.
Excellent. Very good. All right. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you. I want to point out the fact that there is always has been and always will be competing priorities, whether it's at the committee level or when it comes to committee of the whole. And all councillors, regardless of whether they sit on a committee as a member, are allowed and welcome to sit in on budgetary proceedings by committees, bring motions forward, join in the conversation, listen to delegations. So there's really no restrictions on a person's involvement as a councillor in attending and in being engaged in the process, even at the committee level. And we have the delegations attending committees so that we can do the dirty work at committees and then bring that to committee of the whole. Once again, that does not supersede our ability to bring forward motions to council and to have that debated and discussed. But the thing is, we just all went through an election process. We have heard directly from our residents about what they're looking for. We know that the direction is that they're feeling the pressure of all the costs upon them, whether it's taxes or groceries. I just spoke about this. They're feeling it, and they need us to hold on to the budget because we have been elected to make the tough decisions. We will hear from delegates, we will hear from our communities, and we'll each hold our own individual ward consultations. But at the end of the day, we have to live within our means. We only have a finite amount of money, and we only have a finite amount of resources to tap into. And the main one is our taxpayer. And we know that they're hurting. So I will not be supporting this. I think that what it would mean is that at the end of the day, at committee of the whole, we're all going to be sitting there trying to balance the objectives of different committees, some of who are serving our most vulnerable sector, and others in dealing with infrastructure needs that are growing. We're dealing with all these pressures. We need to do our due diligence at committee level and then bring forward really strong capped budgets to committee of the whole, where we can then continue our discussion. But then we have an equal playing field. So I will not be supporting this. And I do really look forward to doing those very fulsome budgetary discussions at committee, standing committee, and at those levels. And I'll encourage all of my council colleagues to attend those meetings because it's a very engaged process.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Leeper, for bringing this forward. I agree that the previous budget process was frustrating for the delegates that came out to those committee meetings. Very rarely did we see changes made as a result of their delegations. So to me, this motion is about process and good governance. We're all stewards of the public purse and recognize that we're in an affordability crisis. So I don't see this leading to, as Councillor Leeper put it, puppies for everyone. I think this motion gives the committee the flexibility they need to be responsive to the needs of the community and to the delegates that take the time to come out. And I don't see it leading to huge increases in the targeted tax rate, if any. We're recommending some amazing chairs today, and I trust that the chairs will be able to manage this process change. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to the move of the motion for bringing this discussion forward, because as a new councillor, I don't have the benefit of experience of understanding what the previous way of doing things was like. So I really am trying to get a proper sense of what this amended process might lead to. First, just for my own clarity, I guess a question to the clerk, whether we carry on with the current way of budgeting or through the proposed way of committee budgeting, ultimately, committee of the whole, council would have final say, no matter the process. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Then question to the mover. And I'm sure that every council would have a different perspective of this, but I'll reserve my question to the mover. In the current system that you are trying to amend an amendment to, in the rob Peter to pay Paul system, does it feel like any kind of recommendation you might want to make for your committee, by the fact that you then have to recommend a decrease from another committee that you may not even be on or likely would not be on, does it feel like you're in an adversarial situation with regards to how it might impact other committees?
I think over the course of the last 8 years that I've been on council, we haven't actually seen that mechanism really taken advantage of. I'm not sure, and colleagues can correct me, if a committee has ever voted to reduce another committee's budget in order to make up a shortfall or an identified shortfall in its own budget. Looking around at my colleagues, and I wouldn't expect them to. We don't necessarily know as a committee the other committee's budget in depth. So while it seems like a mechanism of which one could avail oneself, in past practice that has not been the case. The allocated budget for each committee becomes a hard cap, and very few, if any, changes at all are made to committee budgets. So what we've seen in the 8 years is that the draft budget, as it's presented at the outset of the budget process, is really the final passed budget because of the constraints that are on the committees. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Because what I am trying to get on board with and embrace fully is the one team, one Ottawa approach to this. And to speak to what Councillor Gower was saying earlier, and that we haven't had our term of council priorities discussion, it does feel like in the current process that all of these committees are still operating in isolation. And so if hypothetically it were to feel that you were acting, in a challenging manner to another committee by making this proposal, are you therefore suggesting that with your amendment, where you can put forth a proposed increase and leave it for committee as a whole to determine, would that be a more collective way of determining those budgets, at least from if you were sitting on that committee making that proposal in that way?
Yeah, that is, I think that's absolutely fair, Counselor. It is easier, obviously, for a committee to recommend that it has a pressure that needs to be filled and that the revenue source could be an increased tax rate.
Okay.
The committee of the whole
would decide
with an overview of the entire budget and responsibility for the other budget, I think would be keen to find an offset somewhere else in the budget before it raised taxes. I just think it's it is a less adversarial and more informed way of choosing between the different priorities that we have.
And final question to the mover again. In the current system where you know that to make a recommendation for an increase, you have to recommend an offsetting decrease elsewhere, does that often make you feel constrained in thinking big or constrained in advancing what could be a priority?
It's a good question. I will simply say yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much. This has been a very good discussion, and I appreciate that we're having it. Everything in life involves a trade-off. So when everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. Today, we made affordability in the city of Ottawa a priority 3 times on property taxes, on transit, and on recreation fees. So affordability is our top priority. Everything else is going to stem from that. You know, I support living within our means, and we just decided that what our means look like for the next 3 years. So make the case for your priorities within the budget envelopes that are allotted. You don't have to rob other committees to get things done. You can, however, make the case for your priorities on merit within the prescribed envelope. That is what committees are for. So you're only really constrained by your ability to advocate for your priorities at committee. So I've been successful at doing this over the course of the last 4 years. I know many of you around the table have as well. So make the case for your priorities at committee within the prescribed envelopes that we have today, because we've decided as a council today, 3 times in a row, that affordability is our #1 priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, just quickly, when I was appointed last year, I came right into immediately to the budget process. And I remember councillors saying, oh, can we move? I want to move that $11 million go from here to there. And I remember saying, I think that's a wonderful idea, but I won't be supporting it because it didn't seem to me that this was something that had been built up throughout the entire year. It was something that was just being done on the fly. And I don't think we want to do that. But to the point that Councillor Leeper is trying to make is that when there are these other priorities we don't get to, that should be something that is quite transparent to the community, that there were these other priorities we talked about all year and we're not going to get to them in this budget. That's just not going to happen. However, the process, I think, is what we're really talking about here. And I see it as a process going forward to what Councillor Brockington was recommending, that when that happens in committee where you see this is really, really important, it's not happening in this budget, next budget, we're really going to look more seriously at it. So I won't be supporting this today, but I am appreciating this conversation because it gets at something that drove me a little bit crazy last budget process where people were just picking things out of the air that had not been discussed all through the year. So I do agree that it is throughout the next year cycle, I think to Councillor Gower's point, that's where we'll actually be able to get at some of the things we maybe never have been able to get at. So I won't be supporting this, but I do appreciate this conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Leeper, did you want to offer some final thoughts?
No, I think Councillor Menard was particularly eloquent in the need for this. You know, when we address the larger budget direction, I'm very interested in talking about the basic services that we are not providing to residents today because we are financially constrained. And what I heard from Kitchissippi residents when I was at the door in the mandate that I have. But I do want to make sure, because procedure matters, that I have that clarity. And in my mind, there is confusion today. So I'm looking forward to getting that clarity within the next 45 seconds or so from this council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. I just wanted to add a few thoughts and reactions to what was said. I appreciate all the comments and the healthy discussion around this. As I've said, my commitment is to improving the budget process and having a budget process that is more inclusive of councillors and leaves room for different departments to have different budget increases, some higher, some lower than the overall targeted number. But I don't believe that this proposed alternative improves the process. And I believe it replaces one problem with another, which is the challenges that we would face, that we currently face with the existing process would simply be brought to the full council. And Councillor Devine, you referred to Team Ottawa. I think, the nature of needing to take money from one part of the budget and put it in another is going to be adversarial wherever that happens. It can happen at the committee level or it can happen at the council table. Budgets are about priorities. Budgets are about hard choices, and that will always be the case. And there will always be things that we want to spend money on, but we can't because of our limitations. So I'm committed to improving the budget process no matter what the outcome of this vote is. And I think we can be ready to call the vote now. I assume that.
Just a point of order. Can I just clarify, is this a governance change? So can we actually revisit this in 2024, or would this be reconsideration since we've already waived reconsideration once?
Go ahead, Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Mayor, governance is only dealt with twice during a term of council. It is dealt with now at the beginning of council. And then we have the midterm governance, which is tweaks in the second and third year.
So to clarify, we cannot change this process for the 2024 budget cycle.
That would be correct, Mr. Mayor, subject to any waivers or anything else, new information, those sorts of procedural challenges.
Okay. All right, let's call the vote, please.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
No.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Conseillère Plante.
We.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Truster.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor DeRush.
No.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
9 yeas, 16 nays.
Thank you, everyone. Is the next motion the the Councillor Menard motion? Okay, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have a few motions here. I just want to get clarity on which one I'm bringing. So the community improvement, I think.
Mr. Mayor, I believe that Councillor Menard may have two motions that are related to budget directions, and the community improvement plan one would be later in the agenda.
Okay. So I think the one that we're talking about now is the targeted versus across the board percentage, I believe. So I'll go with that one. I'll read it through, and I think it's self-explanatory. It's been circulated to councillors. And actually, Ms. Alter McDonald, I just want to make sure we've circulated the other motion that's come late as well around mental health response teams.
Mr. Mayor, we do have that second motion that would be on the screen after this one.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much. Whereas the proposed 2023 budget directions recommend that the draft 2023 budget be developed with a municipal tax increase between 2 and 2.5% overall, and inclusive of the following: the citywide tax levy, which includes funding for library and public health, be increased by 2 to 2.5% for 2023, and that council requests that the library and public health boards develop their draft budgets based on the pro rata share of this tax increase. The police services levy be increased by 2 to 2.5%, and that council requests that police services board develop their draft budget based on this tax increase. That the transit levy be increased by 2 to 2.5%, and that council requests that the transit commission develop their draft budget based on this tax increase. And whereas council direction is required to guide staff in the development of the 2023 draft budget that will be tabled with council. And whereas the budget process is delayed in an election year, resulting in a compressed timeline. And whereas these directions are similar to those approved by the previous council with the current time constraints to approve the budget, the current council has not yet had time to develop an alternative approach. Whereas council has also not yet had the opportunity to conduct the 2022 to 2026 term of council priority setting process, or establish the 2022-2026 term of council strategic priorities, which would be used to inform budget allocations. Therefore, be it resolved that the 2024 budget directions be updated to reflect the 2022-2026 council term of priorities, including consideration of an alternative and more strategic approach to budget directions, such as, but not limited to, targeted budget increases for areas deemed as a priority through the term of council priority setting exercise, as opposed to an across-the-board approach. Revising the 2024 draft budget operating and capital estimates documents to identify the funding allocated in the budget for the implementation of council's strategic priorities. Be it further resolved that the CFO outline how resources are allocated according to council direction, including the annual budgetary increase, efficiencies, growth, tax, and capital budget allocations by department, based on operational service delivery requirements, statutory requirements, collective and contractual agreements, long-range financial plans, fiscal framework, asset management plans, and council strategic direction on an annual basis, and outline how this process could be made more transparent in the budget tabling report. I just want to thank the councillors who've been speaking about this approach and that we need a change to the 2023 budget approach, given the shortened year for the next year, as well as the mayor's office for recognizing that we do need to make sure we're targeting what our priorities are, what council says our priorities are, which I hope we can have a priority setting exercise early in 2023 to establish those pieces. So thanks to those folks for the conversations and hope that we can pass this as a council unanimously.
Thank you, Councillor Menard, and thank you for your collaboration on this. This is an improvement to the budget process that I do support, that I think will help us. Any other thoughts on this? Oh, Councillor Brockington.
Mayor, given this motion mentions the 2024 process, just an explanation why we're dealing with this now and not we're focused on the 2023 budget. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around why we're concerned about the 2024 budget today.
Councillor Menard, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're all hoping for a change based on what we've seen. We all just got through an election and we come and staff have drafted this budget obviously in advance, and we're using kind of the older status quo budget process. But I think there's a will around the table that we want to recognize this is not ideal. We do want to change this. And I think it's a signal to ourselves, to our colleagues, to the public that this needs to change and that our strategic priorities are going to take precedence in the future. And so I think that's why it's coming now to signal that change, and that the current budget process is not as ideal as we'd prefer it to be.
Okay. Is the motion carried? All right. The next motion is also from Councillor Menard.
Okay, I believe this is the Community Safety Wellbeing Fund outcome reporting. And so this has come somewhat late, and I apologize to my colleagues for that. We've worked on this a little bit. I'll read it through in that vein. Whereas council approved the city's community safety and well-being plan on October 27th, 2021, which includes goals, strategies, and actions to address key local priorities, discrimination, marginalization, and racism, financial security and poverty reduction, gender-based violence and violence against women, housing, integrated and simpler systems, and mental well-being. And whereas in 2022, the Police Services Board approved and referred to council a draft 2022 budget estimate based on a 2% police tax levy increase, resulting in an additional $2.1 million in unallocated funds. And whereas council approved that 2.1 million in unallocated funds from the 2022 budget to be allocated through the Community and Social Services Department to community agencies in support of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan as follows. A, support racialized youth program solutions across the city that are community-based, culturally appropriate, and that assess risks and promote protective factors such as increasing employment, mentorship, and skills development for youth. B, support community-based, culturally appropriate 24/7 mental health prevention, addictions, and crisis outreach services across the city. And C, enhance access to culturally safe mental health programs, services, and crisis and social supports for the Indigenous community in Ottawa and prevent violence against Indigenous women and girls. And whereas council further directed that the 2.1 million in unallocated funds from the 2022 budget be allocated as soon as practicable in 2022 for initiatives that can be implemented in 2022 in accordance with council approved community funding framework mandate and process, and that community and social services staff report back to council via memo on funding allocations by the end of Q1 2022. And that the performance indicators be established for these investments and that performance outcomes be reported as part of the council approved community funding framework reporting process. And whereas council received a memo entitled Allocation of Community Safety and Wellbeing Fund on June 7th, 2022, which outlined the allocation process for the 2.1 million to 19 projects from 18 agencies. Therefore, be it resolved that community and social services staff report back to council annually on the outputs and outcomes of each of the projects funded through the 2.1 million in sustained base budget funding allocated through the Community Safety and Wellbeing Fund starting by the end of Q2 2023, annually for a period of 3 years. And be it further resolved that council requests that the Community and Social Services Department, in collaboration with the Guiding Council, report back to inform the advancement of a culturally appropriate, trauma-informed mental health, homelessness, and addiction crisis response system, and that staff report back through the 2023 and 2024 budgets on the specific funding requirement and implementation strategy. And Mayor, I'll just motivate briefly here. The whole point of this motion is that last term of council, we established some funding to start working towards a mental health response crisis team and resources that would facilitate folks outside of just a police response, which can be expensive and not always the right approach when it comes to people experiencing homelessness, drug use, or mental health crisis. And we want to continue that good work and have the reports back to council based on what's been more than a year of work now to see where we're at, as well as identify funding sources needed to continue this good work of Donna Gray's team. I think council unanimously passed a motion in this regard, and I know we talked about it during the election as well. So I'm hopeful that we can continue this work together and that we can identify needed funding sources for what will be a report back from that Guiding Council in 2023 and needed supports for this type of an outreach service. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Troster, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Councillor Menard. This is a huge priority in my neighborhood. Not only coming from folks who work in community health and social services, but also from business owners. This week, in the last 2 weeks, I've attended 3 Business Improvement Association meetings. I'm a member of 5. And one of the number one challenge that these businesses are dealing with is the reality that homelessness and addiction and mental health challenges are ending up on their doorsteps. And that's the end point of system failure. If people are not being well taken care of, it has an adverse effect on the whole city. So that even Ottawa Tourism was talking to me yesterday about the economic impact of ignoring mental health addiction and people experiencing homelessness. The city of Denver was able to very successfully launch a non-police crisis intervention team that has reduced the rates of minor crime in Denver, Colorado by 34% since it was implemented over the last 2-3 years. So I'm very, very hopeful about this approach. So I'm very happy to support this motion. The only thing I will say is that I'm very interested to see where the funding would come from. But should this be successful and expanded beyond a pilot project, I believe it will require reallocation of money that would otherwise be devoted to policing to do some of the same work. I think what they're finding in Denver and in other cities is that this is not only a compassionate and evidence-based approach, it's also much smarter economically. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I too will be supporting this. It is important to get reporting back. I believe that the funding that we clawed out of the police budget in order to help establish a new crisis response team dealing with mental health and addiction, it's been too spread around, too many projects. But I don't know that for sure until we get that reporting. The idea behind reallocation from the police budget is that there will actually be a payoff from a reduced increase or no increase to the police budget in terms of creating an alternative response that will save the police the need to go to many of those calls. And I'm just not sure that the way we've allocated the funding right now is concentrated enough and focused enough in order to actually accomplish that. So I'm very keen to see what some good rigorous reporting looks like with some performance indicators in order to understand whether or not we are hitting the targets that we want to hit. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Luloff.
This is such an important discussion to be having. And I want to ensure that it is a fulsome discussion and it's not just something that's handed over to staff to look at. So right now, I'd like to move referral of this to Community and Protective Services Committee to be discussed at their first meeting or when this works out. This also impacts emergency preparedness and Protective Services Committee as well. Perhaps it needs to be discussed either concurrently or by a joint committee, but I'd like to refer this matter to committee so that we can have a fulsome discussion about what this looks like. I think it is important enough that people should be able to come back on the board, speak for as long as they need to, hear from the community as to the needs, so that we can get some better advice on this. I think that this is something that could be a keystone piece of the policy that we bring forward this term, and it deserves a fulsome discussion at committee. Thank you very much.
Councillor Luloff, which committee specifically are you referring to?
I'm not being prescriptive because I do believe that there's EPPS involved here, especially if you've got a mental health response that's coming out of the paramedic budget. So my intention here is to refer it to committee. So it would probably have to be a joint committee to discuss this, which is awkward because we just in governance split the committees. And now I'm asking to bring them all together again to discuss this important matter. I understand the irony in that. However, this is such an important policy. I think that I want to give the community an opportunity to have input on this, to hear from the agencies that this would affect, to get that deep advice that we need, and to allow council members to come back on the board and to be able to discuss not only the outcomes that we're looking for, but really the approach that we want to take, because this is so important. Thank you very much.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Okay, Councillor Dudas. Would anyone like to speak to the motion to refer this to the committee? Councillor Menard?
Just a quick question, because I can support that if staff are saying it's not going to go there anyway, but my understanding is they will bring it to committee and there will be discussions at committee on these programs. So I don't want to not do this motion, which I think spells out some important pieces around how reporting back works. If it is going to go to committee anyway, we'll get the council report. So just to staff and Donna Gray's group, is your intent to bring these conversations back to committee and council, and to have that deliberative guiding council work go there so that there can be the input that Councillor Luloff rightly is asking for amongst delegations and council staff? If we pass this motion, I'd assume that work is still going to be happening at committee level with the opportunity for folks to delegate.
I think Donna Gray is joining us virtually. Go ahead, Donna.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so the intent would be that the alternate police response, the policy work would come back to committee before the full implementation plan and the requirements of the implementation plan. So the intent with that would happen. What I'm hearing from this motion is there's two components though. There's the alternate response, but there also is the requirement to report back on the 2.1 million that was allocated to community agencies towards preventative outcomes. That as well would come back to committee and council, the reporting on those outcomes on a yearly basis, first reporting being in the fall of 2023. The intent then of this motion in the reporting back is that we would come, my understanding is that we would come through the budget process and identify any additional budget requests and requirements that would be required in the 2023 budget and the 2024 budget for the full implementation of a solution. And that would address Councillor Troster's question around, the funding, full funding allocation for the full program.
I think that's acceptable. I don't think we need to refer the whole motion then. I think it's a positive motion that we've all kind of indicated we have support for, and that we will get back to committee on those other elements for delegations, for deliberation from council. So I don't think the referral is needed. If you want to withdraw, I'm not sure, but I think we're okay to pass it and have those items still come back for that fulsome discussion.
Councillor Luloff, did you want to speak to that?
I guess, Donna, what's the difference between passing? Is there any material difference in passing the original motion than what we might be able to glean from a fulsome discussion on these topics at committee? Is there a material difference here? I'm not asking you to give me political advice here, but I mean, I'm asking if there really is a material difference between passing this at council today and when it comes to engagement, when it comes to the ability to prescribe, solutions as we've heard them from the community. Is there any material difference between referring this to committee and passing it today in the outcome, in the possible outcomes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, so the intent of this motion, which we were intending to do anyway, is to bring back that policy report in the spring of 2023 for council's consideration. And we would be bringing forward in the budget any budget requirements in 2023 and 2024, as we would as part of the budget process. So no.
And when you say for council's consideration, you mean that it would go to committee first for a fulsome discussion before rising to council, correct?
Yes, absolutely. The policy discussion would come in advance of any specific funding requirements that would follow the policy direction that council gives us.
Excellent. I just want to signal how important this is for our city. And so I understand where we're at right now. I withdraw my motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. So the motion to refer is withdrawn. Any other comments? Councillor Menard, did you want to say any final thoughts?
Just thanks to all our colleagues. I know this is very important for each and every one of us at this table. So appreciate it, Mayor.
Okay, is the motion carried?
Yes, carried.
Thank you, everyone. So I believe that concludes the motions related to the budget direction report. So we'll move to the report itself now. Does anyone want to speak to the report before we vote on the report itself? Okay. So is the budget, okay, sorry. Councillor Troster, go ahead.
Thank you. And I believe Councillor King wants to speak too. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much to colleagues here on council. I just want to talk a little bit about how affordability means something different in the neighborhood that I represent. I know you've heard me say it 3 times already, but Somerset Ward, we have the lowest median income in the city and the highest rate of poverty. So the people in my neighborhood rely on city services to a huge degree. And when I was on knocking on doors and spoke to 10 or 15,000 people, tax rates didn't come up. I'll tell you what came up: not being able to afford food, not being able to afford shelter. When I visited a group of teenagers at the Door Drop-In Center and I asked them to speak with me about their hopes and dreams for the city, one of them said to me, "I wish there were food banks that were closer to my house." And I said, "I dream of a city where nobody goes hungry." So I am very concerned with this budget and its impact on services. I fully understand, Mayor, your absolute intention to not reduce frontline services. I'm having trouble making the math work. I see some of my colleagues are madly scribbling math on paper. A couple of weeks ago when we asked city staff about the financial impact of the loss of development charges from Bill 23, we were told it would represent about 3 to 3.5% of our city budget. we don't have an agreement on paper that the Ford government will make the city whole when it comes to those losses. And the city of Toronto was only able to sign a deal for 1/3 of those tremendous losses. And I really believe that even if we're able to achieve the status quo with the tax increase that's this low, the status quo is not acceptable. The level of services available in my neighborhood are not acceptable. We have a wait list for affordable housing that's more than 10 years long. We have buses canceled and delayed, which lead to lost wages, unsafe intersections, streets that desperately need more traffic calming, a lack of green space. And, you know, at the end of the day, the bus that doesn't come, the pool that gets drained at 5 p.m. on a super hot day, those are signs of a city that's not working for people. And when I ran for office, it was not to maintain the status quo. It was to make those services more reliable and for us to build a city together where I keep saying where no one is left behind. And I'm very, very concerned that my residents will be left behind by a budget of this nature. So I understand tax increases are not ideal. And I agree with Councillor Kavanagh. I spent 6 years working for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities advocating for better fiscal tools for cities. We need better tools. Property taxes are deeply unpopular. But at the end of the day, I don't think we're doing the city any favors by starving ourselves of the resources that we need to provide essential services and also to improve the infrastructure that people so desperately need. So I am very concerned about this budget direction. Should the final budget come and there truly are no cuts to frontline services and a tax increase of only 2 to 2.5%, I might consider supporting it. But right now, I'm not comfortable doing so. I haven't received a single email or phone call from residents asking me to keep taxes low. They are asking us to preserve and improve city services. So that's where my priority is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. Colleagues, the budget direction motion before us delays the inevitable. Since its inception, the amalgamated City of Ottawa has primarily limited tax increases to the rate of inflation. The result has been severe fiscal restraint and a lack of revenue to address a widening gap in infrastructure and social services. With increasing inflation continuing to affect the entire economy, our municipal government has experienced exponential increases in the cost of goods and services. Since the beginning of the pandemic, the city has been impacted by disrupted supply chains, increased costs for services, driven by a drastic labor shortage. These factors have dramatically increased the cost of implementing major projects, such as road rehabilitation and repair to other crumbling infrastructure. While our city has put off many infrastructure projects and looks to find new efficiencies to save money while delivering essential services, the reality is that tax increases that are drastically less than inflation ultimately translate into decreased service levels, along with fewer investments in transit, infrastructure, affordable housing, and social services. Our expanding city requires enhanced infrastructure, social services, transportation, and frontline emergency services. These investments to maintain and improve our quality of life cannot be properly funded at a recommended tax rate, which is now drastically lower than inflation. The decisions from this budget direction will continue to lead to deferred capital projects, which will ultimately cost the city more money down the road. As we recently learned from the inquiry into the city's largest public works project, setting arbitrary and unrealistic cost targets can lead to serious negative consequences. The city already is experiencing budget pressures due to its transit deficit, as an example. While the city was expecting that its full transit deficit would be covered by the provincial government, that full funding did not materialize from the province, resulting in a shortfall. This budget direction motion before us is now predicated on the city obtaining full compensation from Queen's Park to cover the expansive revenue shortfalls that will be created by Bill 23. Since the prospect of compensation from the province is not dependable, and since the city will be entering into a period of declining growth that will represent a risk to the city's treasury, it is evident that the budget direction as proposed is not realistic to meet our city's needs. While I appreciate and supported the amendments to this budget direction that have been designed to support residents who are struggling with the current affordability crisis by way of a transit fare freeze and reduced recreation fees, I will not be able to support the overall budget direction, which has underscored the need for a better approach to budgeting, especially in times of economic instability. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll try to keep my comments brief, but this is a critical document, budget directions. And I am frustrated that the way in which we put a budget together is not to ask staff to propose to us how much they need to provide the services that residents want. In my view, that should be our job as a city, is to charge enough tax to deliver the services that City Council reasonably believes should be provided. But here we are, and we're talking about arbitrary numbers. It is as though the difference between 2%, 2.5%, 3% is in any way meaningful. And I just want to, as I often do throughout the term of council, break down what that means. What we've been told is that every 1% of tax increase on a home that is worth $415,000 is going to cost residents $41.60 more a year. I always like to break that down a little more. That means a 1% tax increase is going to cost $3.46 per month to a homeowner who has a $415,000 home. In Kitchissippi, where our homes are higher than average value, let's say it's worth double that. It's an $830,000 home. That 1% tax increase is going to cost the residents $83.20 more in the course of the year, $6.93 a month. I believe that we should be looking at how much money we need to bring in to provide the services that residents can reasonably expect. And when we're arguing about whether the numbers should be 2% or 2.5% or 3%, and the difference is in the cup of a cup of coffee every month, I do get frustrated. I'm frustrated by the state of city services today. Wellington Street continues to struggle to get repaired with the interlock brick on there that forms a trip hazard. Hampton Park is constantly visited by people who let their dogs off leash. And I cannot get targeted, constant enforcement to change that behavior. One of the ways in which you would deal with the fact that you're not bringing enough money in is you don't necessarily have to cut services. I fully anticipate that the budget will not propose any new FTEs for new bylaw officers to help me deal with that problem in Hampton Park. What it's going to mean is that as the problems in Ottawa grow with population growth, our staff are going to do more with the same resources. And that's the answer year after year. Our staff do more without new resources. And it's not fair to ask them to do that. There's a breaking point. When garbage isn't being picked up on a nearly frequent enough basis, when we need more traffic calming and have to tell our residents no. There's breaking points for residents, there's breaking points for staff. And I don't take any comfort in the Premier's promise of making us whole with respect to the further revenue loss associated with Bill 23. What we have today in order to pay for the cost of infrastructure that's necessary because of growth is the development charge regime. And that is a very highly constrained statutory regime. We don't muck around with that based on the political flavor of the day. But when we're depending on funding that is delivered as a result of the largesse of a premier, right, we can't count on that money being available next year or 2 years from now or 3 years from now. We're replacing a regime that is statutorily constrained with one that is based on political flavor. And that should scare all of us. That's not making us whole. That's stopgap. That's stopgap. So I can't support a budget at 2.5%. My experience of trying to maintain city services over the course of the last 8 years with arbitrarily low tax caps has been that city services continue to deteriorate. Our staff do their best, but we can't keep asking them to do what they need to do with the same resources. They need more resources from us. And I'd like to hear from them what they need to provide those services. And for that reason, I'll be voting against an arbitrary 2.5% tax cap today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So like all of my colleagues, I've been giving this matter a great deal of consideration. And I don't believe that I can support this budget direction as it currently stands. And that doesn't mean that I won't be supporting the budget. And nor does it mean that I don't absolutely respect the principles behind your budget direction, Mr. Mayor, namely to honor a promise you made for the sake of affordability. These are absolutely difficult times financially for the residents of our city, but they're also difficult times financially for the bottom line of our city. The promises that I made to residents in my suburban ward of Ward 9 reflect what I heard at the doors, and from across the spectrum in Ward 9, whether it was from property owners or renters or senior citizens or students or working families, the most consistent demands that I heard were to fix our transit system and to improve or at least repair our crumbling infrastructure. Now, on the subject of infrastructure, just yesterday, my assistant and I dealt with 2 residents in Ward 9, both of whom have raw sewage backing up into their homes as a result of what may or may not, but what may be aging municipal infrastructure. And literally, I was in somebody's basement and they were showing me vegetation growing in their basement, which resulted from raw sewage. And I know we have a climate action master plan, but that's not our intentions. I won't go back and recite what Councillor Leeper was talking about, the differences between 2.5% and 2%. But with those differences, as they were so clearly laid out in the budget directions report, it also means that the difference between 2.5% and 3%, which has been the annual rate of increase that's been expected for the past several years, the difference between 2.5 and 3% is an additional $30. And I'm not saying for a second that that additional $30 isn't a significant figure for residents. It's the increase of their weekly grocery bill at least. But that additional $30 per capita in tax revenue multiplied by 330,000 taxpayers could also be significant value in addressing our critical needs. And when it comes to the needs of our city, I do firmly believe that all residents have to be in this fight together. My concern is that our current rate of annual increase, which is a reasonable rate, yet even with it, we are facing so many challenges. And this budget direction will possibly, and I'm not saying certainly, but will possibly make that worse. If we were at a moment of our history where we were prosperous, if we were at a moment of our history where our infrastructure was performing at the level we expect it to, if we were at a moment of our history where our most vulnerable communities and residents were adequately protected, then I would gladly support a decrease to the tax burden. But at this time in our history, when so much needs to be done and when so much on our horizon is uncertain, I believe that this is not the most conservative and prudent approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did not campaign on low taxes. If you are a resident in my area who believed that in a time of rapid inflation in a neighborhood that is in desperate need of repairs, that it was possible to deliver low taxes and improve programs and services, you would not have voted for me. I was very clear throughout my whole campaign that I would expect a minimum of 3%. My ward is full of roads and sidewalks in desperate need of repair. My aging community facilities, 2 of them are being used to house a homeless population. This week, one of the charities in my ward that delivers food to residents who are living in hotels and motels that delivers meals to them told me that they could no longer do that because of the funding that has been cut off for the province. I found myself conflicted over the last week, so I did what I should as an elected official. I consulted with my residents over the last week. And I will share that, as somebody said today, affordability does mean different things. I've talked to residents who are homeowners who are struggling to pay their taxes because their pensions are not indexed and food is too expensive. I've talked to homeowners who are now supporting adult children who can no longer afford their mortgage due to the increasing rates. I spoke to residents who have had to take on part-time jobs or alternative sources of income, such as scrapping metal or picking up bottles from recycling bins. And yes, these people are all homeowners. So although these items are small, we talked about the increase being small, between 2.5% and 3%. As someone who is an optimistic person who always assures everyone that every little bit makes a difference, I would be remiss to not acknowledge that for struggling homeowners, that indeed every little bit makes a difference. So after a week of thought, I will be supporting the overall budget directions, but I can by no means guarantee that I will support the budget itself because I am also terrified of the cuts to programs and services. So I will wait to see what the budget offers, but I will be supporting the overall budget directions today after discussion and consultation with my residents.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Johnson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't need these on. So we had an opportunity to speak earlier this week, and I expressed, my deep discomfort with this choice in front of me today. And what I struggle with is that if we vote against the budget direction, it implies that we're voting for an increase in taxes. I mean, this is one of the sexiest days in City Council, and this will be a meal for the media. I need to express that if I vote against the budget direction, I am actually not voting to increase taxes. I refuse to imagine that equivalency. What I needed to see and what I think is appropriate is to understand the implications for the budget direction decision in front of us, and whether we were able to have a budget direction that said up to a certain percent or a degree of flexibility that would allow us to have a different kind of conversation. I think that could have been satisfactory. I came from an organization who experienced a rent freeze over COVID, right? So we actually did have a freeze in our revenue. And we at the leadership table had to make some very difficult decisions. Our projected revenues changed for 2 budget cycles, and we had to make some real decisions. Now the budget was a fraction of what this budget is. And so the immediate pressures might have been different, but I think philosophically, the question in front of us is the same. I am in a ward that is very close to downtown, but is a suburban ward. It has many neighborhoods that were built in the 50s and the 60s. I have the Pinecrest Recreation Complex, which is a beautiful facility and could be so much more for many more families across the west end of Ottawa. We could be positioned to support some of the major growth in Barrhaven, in Canada, and in Stittsville if we received investments that could support it. But right now, our roads are seeing an incredible amount of pressure from these growing communities. And I want to know that we are going to be able to make the investments in our infrastructure to continue to support growth as an outer urban ward. We will feel this. And so for these reasons, because I cannot sort of thread the needle on the transparency aspect, I will be voting against budget directions today. And, it really upsets me because, as I said, cereal is $8.99, and now I'm suggesting to someone that these other ways are going to be okay. And that will be something I'll have to defend as the elected official. But I think that we are in a position to know what history has shown when we have these types of restrictions and we get what we pay for, and deferring decisions to later on, I don't think does anyone any favors. And so we are here to make difficult decisions, and you can cut the arguments both ways. And I think on this decision, I will be imagining that I'd like to make some more difficult decisions today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Appreciate the discussion. We've been having a lot of discussions, obviously, over the last couple of weeks on governance and on this report. I've been hearing that we're gonna not have cuts to services, and that's been clear. That's been said over and over. That some projects could be delayed, and indeed, I'm okay with some projects being delayed or reviewed because I have concerns about some of those projects. We've also heard that our inflation rate as a city organization, largely based on salaries, is likely lower than the overall city inflation rate. and the CPI that we're seeing across the country. And we also heard that affordable housing was a top priority in the election. So was fixing public transit. And for me, and I think others too, when you looked at those polls, climate change was up there as well. And so the budget itself, come February and March, is going to be exceptionally important. What are we going to see in that budget? Do we see the fact that there's no cuts to services, that there's affordable housing investment, there's mental health response team investment, that there is a fix to public transit? And so my concern is mainly in the budget directions under 2A, I, double I, and triple I. That's where I am having a lot of trouble. And so I'd like to ask staff to pull that piece out, because what I'm seeing there is a few things. I'm seeing an across-the-board approach, which of course I don't want to be taking, because it means that the larger budgets automatically, through a pro-rata share, get a huge increase, whether they're doing innovative things or not. We're seeing transit levy reduced to 2 to 2.5%. That's a very low transit levy for a freeze of fares in a year. Very low. If every time we've frozen fares in the past, this council, we've had a transit levy much higher than that. So, and then I see the library board and public health, which have lower budgets. They're getting 2 to 2.5%, but that equates to, 1.3 million type of thing for public health, a little bit higher for public health. And yet we're increasing the police budget by 15 million. So the innovation there on the health side and our priorities, when you look at the police services budget at a $15 million increase versus public health at $1 million, it's not aligning with the priorities that I ran on. So I need to pull that section out, because that's the section I'm most concerned about. And I want to vote against that particular section in the budget directions, because I don't think it's reflective of my priorities in that way. So Mayor, I did ask staff to be able to pull that in a separate vote than the budget directions. And so Caitlin, I think that'll be on the screen for when we actually take the vote. If I can ask that 2A, I, double I, and triple I be pulled out as an item, so that I can vote against that piece.
Okay, that's possible. Yeah, thank you. Anything else, Councillor Menard? Okay, Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think there's a lot we don't know yet about when we take this budget direction. And I'm going to say a 4-letter word that makes everybody shudder, and that's snow. It's coming. It's coming this week. Back in 2019, we had a big storm. We had loads of big storms. We had record snowfalls. We had impacts. And what did I hear? A lot of concern. So I put forward a motion to look at our winter maintenance budget. And that report is coming in 2023. We haven't seen it yet. But one thing that was clear was that it wasn't enough, because it didn't take into account as much pedestrians, people who are walking and cycling for that matter. And that is going to have a price tag. And it's something very, very important to our walkability of our communities. So I want to keep that in mind, not to mention the fact that climate change is costing us in everything. It costs us in terms of the winter maintenance budget because of freeze thaw. It costs us a lot in every time we have these tornadoes and emergencies situations with weather. So those are big impacts. I'm very concerned about that. And that's something I hear about constantly all winter long. I'm going to brace myself. We're all going to brace ourselves on Thursday night, Friday. Just a reminder that I have the highest number of seniors in the city. They rely heavily on getting out and walking. They need that clearance. The only ones who are dancing are the winter trail people, and they're going to be very happy, and they're going to make nice winter trails. Let's not forget those things that we have not seen yet. We have not seen that report. So that concerns me a great deal. Affordable housing, as I was talking about before, We set aside a certain amount of dollars, but we don't know how many units we're going to get. As someone who's very passionate about Ottawa community housing, I want to make sure that we see a lot of affordable housing. And I'm worried that the number of units will drop if the costs are going up. We won't get a bang for our buck. So those are the things I'm worried about. I appreciate motions that were proposed by Councillor Brown, for example, in reviewing our programs and services. We have to know that the things that we do have here we're getting our money's worth. I think that is important. I'm always hearing concerns, why is it cost so much for this? And why are there so many workers there? I do want to see a thorough review of what we're paying for and making sure that we're efficient. That's great. And I've already talked about the fact that the biggest problem here is that we all know property taxes are regressive. I shouldn't repeat myself, but it's something that we should be pushing for as a municipality, along with other municipalities, to change, because it's putting a burden on people with fixed incomes, the seniors primarily, who live in houses, still want to live in their house, but are hit hard. So those are the things I'm concerned about, and I want to make sure that we have enough funds to continue to make our communities livable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks, colleagues, for a great discussion this morning. And I do again want to acknowledge that direction is different than setting the actual tax rate. We will have an opportunity in a couple of months to actually make that decision. We're trying to give staff some guidance today to go and put together the draft budget, and we're giving them that direction. So I do want to acknowledge that. And I also want to say to staff, it's not your fault that if work can't get done because the resources aren't there to do that. It's City Council that sets the budget. City Council sets budget amounts, and it's City Council that establishes priorities. So the buck ultimately stops with City Council. And I do appreciate pledges not to cut service with the 2023 budget, but my concern is that priorities that exist do not receive the adequate levels of funding that they need. That is my concern. And so when I look at River Ward, roads that look like jigsaw puzzles, some roads have been repaved, some are not even on the plan yet to be repaved, sidewalks where people have been injured and needed medical care that still are not fixed because we do not have the resources to fix these sidewalks. And I'm not talking about one example. There are multiple examples that exist in River Ward: curbs, traffic calming, a 55-year-old community center that is still not prioritized to be expanded or renovated. And I see community centers in this city, 20 to 30 years younger, who have received renewal money 3 times. Why do I have to fight? Why is that not automatic? The Mooney's Bay Pavilion, 9 years past its life cycle replacement, that we close for any special event because it can't handle people, can't handle the numbers that demand services there, that we should have those monies secured and ready. When assets come to the end of their life cycle, they should be replaced at that time. Here, we have tired, worn out assets. Go to parks. The advantage that some of my colleagues have who represent wards that are younger, whose infrastructure is younger, is you're not at that point yet where your infrastructure is failing. And you come to parks and you see playgrounds that are tired looking, signs where the paint is completely peeling off or faded, and staff tell me that's not part of our budget. We don't have a budget to replace signs that look horrendous. And that's sending the wrong message to the people of the city. We can't extend the beach season at Mooney's Bay because we don't have the lifeguards, or when we have an early spring and it's very hot, we don't have the capacity in the city to serve the people. I could have thousands of people at Mooney's Bay over a weekend. We have no staff there. We have no staff. We don't have that capacity. So if in the last term of council, we set a tax rate at 3% because we acknowledged we had an infrastructure backlog, and in particular wanted to address infrastructure, how are we going to keep pace with those priorities and those needs that my residents, at least in my ward, have told me loud and clear exist? And we're going to set it lower. That's a concern, that we simply will not have the funds to address the needs that our residents ward across the wards have identified. So revenues are actually going down when you look at transit revenue and parking revenue and recreation revenue. We have inflationary costs that we've never seen in my lifetime, or at least not in my adult lifetime. I've not seen inflation at this level. We have grants now coming in to offset transit that are not going to meet the actual deficit. And we have Bill 23 and other costs. So I'm throwing this out, this serious concern that I have, even though we're only setting a budget direction. The media has consistently said, when we've set the budget direction, council has set the tax rate at 2.5%. They've helped shape this narrative in at least our residents' minds that the tax rate has been established when we're only setting a budget direction today. But I want to make sure that the 2023 budget accurately reflects the needs in our community. And if you set a budget direction that's artificially low, we're just setting ourselves up for not being able to deliver the services and programs that our residents are demanding. That's why I'm very concerned with the amount that's set out in the budget direction today. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also struggling with this decision today. I want to echo my colleague, Councillor Johnson's comments in that voting against budget directions doesn't mean voting for increased taxes. As Mayor Sutcliffe said in the media, no one campaigned on 5 or 6%, and I certainly did not. My promise to the community was that I would ensure that we were strategic with our investments. I've always viewed the budget direction document as a strategic priority setting document. So I'm concerned that this approach to budget directions does not recognize the specific pressures we face as a city or allow us to advance our key priorities. It also does not give us much flexibility to be responsive to community needs. I'm encouraged by the motion that Councillor Menard and Mayor Sutcliffe brought forward for 2024, and I'm hopeful that this motion will produce a more dynamic budget process for 2024. And that it will be reflective of our strategic priorities that council will set in the coming months. So staff have a tall order to produce this budget, and the devil really will be in the details. I do not envy that task, but I know that we have amazing staff here at the city, and I'll trust that they can deliver this budget while still advancing council's priorities, or that they'll let council know that they can't so that we can make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I'll just raise 2 points of clarification. A few people have referred to this as though it's a choice between a tax increase or not having a tax increase. That's the way it was framed by a couple of people. It's not. There is a tax increase in this budget direction of between 2 and 2.5%. So we, regardless of what other number you might have in mind, that it would be a tax increase. So we're not advocating for freezing taxes. The other point that I would make is that, as Councillor Brockington pointed out, tax increases have been at 3% in recent years, consistent with the campaign promises that were made in the previous election, and that there is growth in this year's budget, forecast growth, that is higher than what we had in previous recent years. So the total amount, when you combine growth and a 2.5% tax increase, is actually higher than when you combine the 3% tax increase with the previous levels of growth. So it doesn't create a shortfall. It actually is more money available to us in next year's budget. So I'll leave it there. And I guess we will vote first on number 2 among the recommendations. So we'll 2A, sorry, excuse me, 2A. We'll vote on 2A first, and then we will vote on the remainder of the report. So can we call the vote on 2A, please?
Councillor Curry?
Yes.
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
Yes.
Councillor Lula?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Kitts?
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh? No. Councillor DeRuse?
Yes.
Councillor King?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
No.
Conseillère Plante?
Oui.
Councillor Dudas?
Yes.
Councillor Lowe?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
No.
Councillor Troster?
No.
Councillor Carr?
No.
Councillor Devine?
No.
Councillor Bradley?
Yes, but I would like to register dissent on 2A, item 2.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
I have 16 yays, 9 nays, with one additional dissent on recommendation 2A sub 2.
Thank you. So let's move now to the vote on the rest of the report. If we could call the vote on the remainder of the report.
Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Gower,
Yes.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Councillor Lula,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley,
Yes.
Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse,
Yes.
Councillor King,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
Yes.
Councillor Carr,
Yes.
Councillor Devine,
Yes.
Councillor Bradley,
Yes.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche,
Yes.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Johnson,
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
25 yeas.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I am going to recommend that we take a 15-minute break so that people can grab some lunch. So let's resume at 1:35. 1:35. Let's resume in 1 minute, everyone. We're going to resume in 1 minute. All right, we're going to get started again, everyone. Start again. Thank you, everyone, for returning. And we are going to move to item 10 on the agenda, the nominating committee report. And just before we get started, I just wanted to offer some quick thoughts on this and on the process and where we've arrived. Comme vous le savez bien, le travail du conseil municipal.
As you know, the council work is not only limited to the council meetings. Good part of the job is done through meetings of committees, and for some key decisions, we use.
The work of City Council doesn't just happen at our council meetings. A lot of the heavy lifting happens at committees where key decisions are made and the priorities of our residents are advanced. Following the approval of the governance report, the nominating committee has convened, and together we have established the proposed membership of standing committees, the new LRT subcommittee, and the Transit Commission, as well as the appointments of council liaisons and members of boards and municipal organizations. It is not, and it was not, an easy task. In recommending chairs, vice chairs, and members for 10 committees, 1 subcommittee, the Transit Commission, an advisory committee, 10 boards and municipal organizations, 4 council liaisons, and 9 representative bodies, the nominating committee had to consider the requests of all 24 councillors, the needs of each committee, and our goal of appropriate geographic and gender representation. Ce n'était pas une tâche simple ou facile. I'd like to offer my sincere thanks to the members of the nominating committee and the staff who worked very hard throughout this complex process. We strive to find balance on the committees between councillors' experience while also providing opportunities for learning and growth for councillors to work in some new areas. Je tiens à remercier sincèrement les membres du comité.
I would like to thank sincerely the committee of nominating committee for the whole of this very complex process.
Reflect a balance of regions, including rural, suburban, and urban, and also gender balance. And of course, we tried to match councillors with their priorities where they wanted to serve. And we kept an eye on workload as well. There's no perfect solution to this giant puzzle, but I'm proud of the work that was done. And I think it reflects a great team that will serve residents well for the next few years. My own personal goal throughout this process was to reflect what the people of Ottawa requested of us throughout the recent election campaign, to put the divisiveness and tensions of the past few years behind us and truly work together on behalf of residents. As a new council, we can set the tone for how we work together throughout the term. My expectation is that each committee will be respectful, professional, and collaborative in nature. En tant que nouveau conseil, nous pouvons donner...
As a new council, we can give the tone, the way we're going to be working together throughout the mandate. I do expect that each and every committee will work respectively, professionally, and in collaboration.
City, we can focus on our priorities and deliver progress and results for the people of Ottawa. I'm confident that by coming together as a strong team, we can set aside partisanship and divisiveness and work effectively together. That is the expectation that I'm setting for myself and for every member of council. I believe this is a great opportunity for all of us to prove we're ready to collaborate, compromise, and build consensus to achieve our goals and serve Ottawa residents. So let's get started. Merci. Thank you. All right, we will begin with 10.1, which is appointments to standing committees, subcommittee, and Transit Commission. And I know there are a few motions regarding this. So we have a motion from Councillor Hubley. Councillor Hubley? Councillor Hubley may have stepped away, so Conseillère Plante, you can read the resolution if you like.
Oui, merci. Did you hear that? Be it resolved that Councillor Stephanie Count be appointed to the Community Service Committee in place of
Councillor Adeline Hubley.
Okay. Merci, Conseillère Plante. And if necessary, I'll second that motion. So again, Councillor Plante would be appointed to Community Services Committee in place of Councillor Hubley. Is the motion carried? Okay. Next, we have a motion from Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Be it resolved that the following additional members of council be appointed to the Community Services Committee: Councillor Hill, Councillor Brown, and Councillor King.
Okay, is the motion carried? Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Be it resolved that Councillor Sean Menard be appointed to the Transit Commission.
Is the motion carried? And finally, we have a motion from Councillor Tierney, which I'll speak to just briefly before the motion's made, if that's all right. The objective of the new light rail subcommittee, the expectation was that there would be a lot of work involved and that we would keep it to a small group of councillors to serve on that committee, which is why we had proposed the number 5. It's been brought to my attention that after all the different pieces were put in place, there was an issue of gender balance on the committee. So I'm supportive of this motion by Councillor Tierney, which would add Councillor Kavanaugh, which would, first of all, add an additional spot to the committee. So it would be 6 members instead of 5, and would add Councillor Kavanaugh to that committee as a 6th member. But to be clear, the first resolution here will require, because it is a reconsideration of what was approved in the governance report, it will require a 3/4 majority. And then the second resolution will require, assuming the first one is approved, would require only a majority vote for Councillor Kavanaugh to join the committee. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Mr. Mayor, obviously to be able to read this motion in, you've just mentioned the 3/4. Do we have 3/4 of the members of council?
Well, you could, Councillor Tierney, you can read it first and then we'll vote on each of the 2 resolutions.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Be it resolved that the membership of the Light Rail Subcommittee be increased to 6 members. Be it further resolved that Councillor Teresa Kavanaugh be appointed as the 6th member of the Light Rail Subcommittee.
Okay, is the first resolution carried? Okay, and is the second resolution carried?
Carried.
Thank you, everyone. So I'm not aware of any other motions related to
Mr. Mayor.
10.1.
Mr. Mayor, I also have a motion. Is that 10.1?
Okay, is that related to 10.1 or 10.2?
Apologies.
Yeah, I think it's 10.2. Okay. So is section 10.1 appointments to standing committees, subcommittee and transit commission, is that motion carried?
Carried.
Thank you. So we will move now to section 10.2, which is appointment to boards. And we have a motion from Councillor DeRuse. Councillor DeRuse, if you're there.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. Be it resolved that Councillor Wilson Law will be appointed to the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority in place of Councillor George DeRuse. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is the motion carried?
Carried.
Thank you. And Councillor Bradley, your motion.
Perfect. So it's my understanding that the Shaw Centre has reached out and would like to maintain the current ratio of public members versus members of council on the board. Both myself and Councillor Plante were nominated, and given that this facility is in Councillor Plante's ward, I'm volunteering to remove myself. So be it resolved that recommendation 10 be amended to remove Councillor Bradley from the Shaw Centre Board of Directors, which leaves an additional seat available for a council-appointed public member, and that's seconded by Mayor Sutcliffe.
Okay, thank you. Is the motion carried?
Carried.
All right. So section 10.2 then, with those amendments, is section 10.2 carried? All right. Thank you, everyone. So now we move to section 10.3, appointments to external agencies, municipal organizations. I'm not aware of any motions related to section 10.3. So is section 10.3 carried? Section 10.4, appointment of council liaisons. Again, I'm not aware of any motions. So is section 10.4 carried? Thank you. And finally, I believe section 10.5, which is appointment of selection panels for advisory committees, boards requiring public appointment, and committee of adjustment. Again, there are no motions. So is that section carried? Okay. Thank you, everyone. That work is done. And again, I want to thank all the people who worked so hard and captured all of our objectives in that process. All right, so let's move to item 11 on the agenda, which is Finance and Economic Development Committee report. And we'll start with 11.1. Okay, is item 11.1 carried? Okay, which I'll just, for the record, read as the land exchange of 529 Tremblay Road and 530 Tremblay Road. Item 11.2 is to waive the disposal of real property policy to transfer lands to Davidson Shea Properties. Is that motion carried? Okay. Thank you. We will move now to item 12 on the agenda, which is postponements and deferrals. And Councillor Brown, I believe you have a motion to defer.
Yes, thank you,
Refer,
Mr. Mayor.
excuse me.
And I appreciate the extensive back and forth at the last meeting of council. Councillor Curry and I, along with the mayor's office, were able to have a great discussion. And from that discussion, I have a motion to refer to audit committee. It says, be it resolved that the Brown-Luloff motion number 2022-03/11 be referred to audit committee for consideration no later than the first quarter of 2023.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Is the motion carried?
Carried.
Thank you. And related to that, Councillor Curry, you're moving a motion, or you're withdrawing effectively. You're withdrawing your other motion, correct? Thank you. All right. So we're now going to move to in-camera items. And yesterday, members of council received a confidential memo from the city solicitor, David White, with respect to 7731 Fernbank Road, which is before the Ontario Land Tribunal. Councillors Gower and Kitts will have a motion later on with respect to this matter, which was included in the memo. Legal Services advises that this motion can be dealt with in open session. Do any members need us to go in camera to ask questions of the city solicitor? No? Okay. Between now and when the motion is introduced under item 17, if you do want to ask questions of Mr. White or Mr. Mark offline, you may do so. So moving to item 14 on the agenda, adoption of reports. Motion from Councillor Gower.
That the report from the Finance Services Department entitled Proposed 2023 Budget Directions, Timeline and Consultation Process, Nominating Committee Report 1, Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 41A be received and adopted as amended.
Is seconded by Councillor Kitts. Is the motion carried? Thank you, everyone. So item 15 is motions of which notice has previously been given. I'll note that items 15.1 and 15.2 have already been addressed in the budget process, correct?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, items 15.1 and 15.2 were adopted as part of the budget directions item.
So we're moving to item 15.3, which is a motion from Councillor Kelly, which you introduced at the last council meeting, but
sorry, I'm a rookie. Do I just read that again, or?
You can just read the therefore be it resolved portion.
Okay. Therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to report back to the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee by Q2 2023 with options to host a rural summit during the 2022 to 2026 term of council.
Okay, any comments or questions on that? Is the motion carried? All right, thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Leeper has a motion, previous notice of motion. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. The motion is connected with the benefits package that have been negotiated. I'm trying to remember 12 years ago. With respect to 1040 Somerset. The priorities have changed. I'll just read therefore be it resolved that council approve an amendment to the existing agreement, replacing the original community benefits with a payment of $500,000 plus indexing to be allocated as follows. 1, a cash contribution of $150,000 towards road modifications of a signalized intersection at the corner of Somerset Street West and Breeze Hill Avenue North, and 2, a cash contribution of $350,000 towards the Hintonburg Park Fund, and be it further resolved, staff be directed to take necessary steps to finalize an agreement incorporating this amended term and any other required amendments and register the said agreement on title. Colleagues, I can just say that was some significant back and forth with particularly the Hintonburg Community Association on how to use the funds.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Any questions or discussion on that? Is the motion carried? Next, we have Councillor Kavanaugh's motion. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to move this motion. May I just go for the therefores? Is that okay? Okay. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to review all avenues within municipal jurisdiction to eliminate plastic waste like this. Well, I've been reusing this, just so you know.
Thank you for bringing an example.
Just from my lunch. as it is a complex issue requiring collaboration between all levels of government as well as industry. And whereas member of council and staff continue to advocate our federal and provincial government partners and industry to support reducing these materials, therefore be it resolved, be directed to review all avenues within municipal jurisdiction to eliminate plastic waste in city facilities within the next term of council or as soon as practical, and be further resolved that the goals and directions of the solid waste master plan supports the direction of reducing waste and increasing diversion of waste, including plastic waste, within the aim to promote the broader elimination of single-use plastics within the community. And be it further resolved that the city immediately cease the purchase of single-use plastics such as straws and stirred sticks whenever possible. And be it further resolved that staff strive to reduce the impact of plastic waste on the natural environment by encouraging ways through recycling, for example, or highly engineered landfill waste management to prevent its use and mitigate the secondary effects from polluting the natural environment. Then the staff report back on their efforts by the Q1 2025 to the appropriate standing committee.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Gower.
I just had a quick question of clarification. One of the thereas says to eliminate plastics within the next term of council. Is that intended to be this term 2022 to 2026 or the next term 2026 and beyond?
Tomorrow.
Which one are you looking at, Councillor Gower?
I think it was the first of the therefore be it resolved lines there. Within the next term of council. So is that intended to be before 2026 or next term as in the following 4 years after that?
Correct. Yeah, there's also the question of whether this refers to the review or refers to the elimination of plastic waste. My interpretation is that it is this term of council, but we can make that more clear if you.
We asked staff if they could just clarify.
Sure. Mr. Gontier?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think it's reasonable to say this term of council because the solid waste master plan is actually coming forward this term of council, and that would be a recommendation that would be part and parcel of that report.
Okay.
So we can make a friendly amendment?
Yeah, if I can make a friendly amendment, that'd be changed to this term of council.
Okay.
Clarity.
Everyone okay with that? Okay. And is there any other, thank you for raising that, Councillor Gower. That's important. Any other thoughts or comments on that? Is the motion carried? Thank you. Councillor Carr, your motion is next.
Thank you. So therefore be it resolved that staff consider the implementation of tiering and gating as part of its review of the city's business case and project management policy and project management framework. Be it further resolved that as part of the review of the city's business case and project management policy and project management framework, staff consider an option to have an independent enterprise project management office established within the city to ensure oversight and respect for project management practices. And be it further resolved that staff consider criteria for when to undertake an independent review during a project. And be it further resolved that council direct the acting chief financial officer to bring the proposed amendments to the business case and project management policy and project management framework to the Finance and Economic Development Committee and Council for consideration and approval.
Okay. Councillor Troster, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I was wondering if the mover could explain a couple of the terms that I'm not familiar with. Tiering and gating in particular, for those of us who are not project management experts, but soon will be.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Troster. And I know it is a little bit technical, and I'll just mention that I took a review of the project management documentation that the city has on hold after reading the LRT report. And I think that as council, we need to ensure that there is strong oversight on project that the city has strong oversight on project management. So essentially, when a project is tiered, that means that every time you look at a project within an organization, that you articulate the cost, complexity, risk of the project, as well as stakeholder impacts to determine what a tier of project is in. So your lowest tier of project will be a small, low-risk projects. So putting in a street sign and the highest would be for those transformational projects that typically have the highest cost and the biggest stakeholder impact. So something like LRT or the library. Those tiers then determine what project documentation, approvals, and gating are required for each project. So gating is what happens when you divide your project into phases or stages, and then you use those to make a go or no-go decision at the appropriate level of governance before you proceed to the next gate. And if conditions aren't met, you don't move forward with the project. And I'll just mention that incidentally, typical gates are before the testing phase of a project and the launch phase of a project.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Troster. Thank you, Councillor Carr. Is the motion carried? Okay, next we have a motion from Councillor Menard, which I believe we have a new version of the motion. Councillor Menard.
Thanks so much, Mayor. And yeah, this has gone back and forth a little bit. So I'll read out the whereas clauses and the be it resolved, just to give clarity. And I asked could be on the screen as well, and just appreciate everyone's dialogue around these issues. Whereas the City of Ottawa has historically taken advantage of provincial development incentive grant programs, including Brownfield Grant Program and the Community Improvement Plan, and whereas staff is currently preparing a program review and update for the Brownfield and Community Improvement Plan, and a report is anticipated in Q2 2023. And whereas the city remains committed to bring forward a revitalized and refreshed economic development strategy, official plan, and climate change master plan. And whereas current programs need to be reviewed in the context of these plans, and specifically the new official plan. And whereas Brownfield and Community Improvement Plan has been in place for a number of years with the goal to stimulate business investment in specific identified areas and to encourage rehabilitation, redevelopment, and revitalization of the existing built environment with limited impact. And whereas a community improvement plan specific for affordable housing is currently in development and is intended to be an implementation tool to establish the most effective incentives for the delivery of affordable rental and ownership units throughout our community. And whereas up to $2 million was approved as a private sector development incentive pilot project through the Affordable Housing 2022 capital plan to be awarded through a request for proposals process that has not been released. And whereas the province of Ontario has introduced Bill 23, the More Homes Built Faster Act 2022, and Bill 109, More Homes for Everyone Act 2022, which proposes extensive changes to several acts and regulations, including the Development Charges Act, Planning Act, and Municipal Act. And whereas DCs are critical to build the infrastructure needed to support development, and whereas there are concerns that the recent provincial legislative changes would have significant impacts on municipal planning, financing processes, and operational matters, and whereas the affordable housing CIP work that is currently underway is modeling the impact of incentives on not-for-profit and private sector development performance for rental and ownership projects in the context of the new legislation. Therefore, be it resolved that the city's Brownfield program be suspended for any new applications or applications that have yet to be considered by City Council, pending a full evaluation of this program, and that the affordable housing private sector RFP be canceled, effective immediately pending a full evaluation in light of the significant legislative changes occurring in Ontario related to provincial development charges, and that work on the affordable housing CIP continue for the purpose of considering options for the delivery of incentives for affordable housing, including not-for-profit rental and ownership units throughout the city, and that staff report back in 2023 on the return on investment of implementing an affordable housing CIP and on continuing other CIP programs in the current legislative and financial climate. And I just want to say we had discussions on these items last term of council, certainly through the election. I know this is part of your platform points as well, and just appreciate the dialogue around the table to get to this point. Where we're going to evaluate value for money on these programs to make sure that they're meeting the requirements that council has set out and truly, getting to where we want to be, which is actual investment that makes sense for our residents. So appreciate the work on this and hope we can pass this unanimously today.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Conseillère Plante, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je voulais juste clarifier deux choses avec vous.
I just wanted to clarify two things with you, Councillor. One, are the applications on the way that were already submitted to the city, will they be considered? Or is it only for things that were approved already? And second, I want to be very clear, this is only for the brownfields and not for CIPs. Thank you.
That's correct. Only for brownfields, not CIPs. On that piece, that they would be suspended for any new applications or applications that were in the queue. And in terms of SIP programs that would continue up until the point of the review, when the review would bring back recommendations to City Council on where we would move forward from there. I know there's a lot in the queue right now, or some are in the queue, and so those would obviously continue, and it doesn't eliminate options for new applications at this point, given the feedback that's occurred. I'm sorry if I missed a portion of that.
So sorry, and I just want to make sure it's clear, because we have the Main and Main at the corner of North River Road in Montreal. So they have a development application that's been submitted with brownfield, and their application will be considered under this framework that you've laid out here, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Merci, Conseillère Plante. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. And with respect to the brownfield, and I'm in a similar position where, without getting into specifics, a proposal has a building permit, and I think we're counting on applying for the brownfield credit. Does your timeline for the review of the SIP include a timeline for the full review of the brownfield program as well?
The intent was Q2 2023 for both of these items. I know staff's already been looking at them and doing a review. I think staff since a year ago has been reviewing the brownfield program. And so the intent is early within the next 5 months.
And I'm sorry, I don't have a motion or the motion in front of me, but is there any way to put a friendly amendment in there just to clarify that?
Certainly, I think in the therefore be it resolved, we could say Q2 2023, if that works. It says 2023 right now. In the whereas it says Q2 2023 with that.
And that makes it clear that it's applicable to the brownfield as well as the SIP.
It's the affordable housing SIP and other SIP programs.
Doesn't say brownfield.
No, so on the brownfield piece, we should add Q2 2023 as well.
Okay.
As long as staff are okay with that timeline.
Yeah, certainly the previous direction from council was for all CIP programs to be reviewed by Q2 2023. So no issues.
And you can include brownfield in that?
Yes, brownfield is a CIP.
It is a CIP. Very explicit. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So friendly amendment for the Q2 2023 piece to be added in front of 2023 Q2.
So Councillor Menard, that would be in the final, therefore be in the final section of therefore be it resolved. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
That staff report back in Q2 2023 on the return on investment, et cetera.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Gower, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask staff.
Sorry, I guess sorry, Councillor Gower. I need to make sure everybody's okay with that amendment. Is that, or, oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a point of clarification to Councillor Plante's question. The Main and Main site has both a CIP and a brownfields application. The CIP has been approved, but the brownfields has not.
Oui, mais si j'ai bien compris du conseiller Ménard,
well, if I understood Councillor Ménard, it is being prepared like the application will not be not considered because they're already in review.
If I caught that correctly, the CIP is approved, it's in place, but the brownfields application would be paused.
Yeah, so the intent of the motion is to suspend any brownfield applications or applications that had previously been submitted but not approved by City Council and FEDCO. But the SIP itself that's in place would remain in place, and anything in the queue for the SIP would also remain in place. The brownfield piece would not, which quite frankly makes sense unless we need to check for value for money on the brownfield side, which is what the review is doing. So the SIP would be there, which is what my response to your question was. But on the brownfield side, those would be suspended as the motion says.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, when I initially posed the question, and I understand it was in French, I did ask if the brownfields that were in consideration would stay in consideration, and the answer I got was yes. So just so we're clear.
My apologies. I thought you were referring to the business development SIP, not the brownfields.
Okay, so can I propose an amendment then that the brownfields on Montreal Road be excluded from this?
So that would need to be moved and seconded, which we can do if you choose to.
King?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're a little bit out of order here because we went back to staff and we were with Councillor Gower a moment ago, but you can come back to that after we've heard from other people if you want.
Sure.
There's
Perfect.
time for you to find a seconder and so on. So let's go to Councillor Gower.
I'll second to make it easier. Councillor Plant needs a seconder. I just wanted to ask staff, what is the intention? Will the review be done in-house or will you be hiring an outside consultant to conduct the review?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor, the majority of the review will be in-house, but we are poised to hire a consultant to help us with best practices across Ontario and so on. So there is a small consulting piece.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that because we've had several CIPs in recent years and that have been recommended by staff as a good return on investment for the city. So I think it will be helpful to have some outside advice as well. I realize some of the conditions or environment has changed with the changes to the DCs that the motion references, but I do think we need to get outside of city staff to provide a different perspective when in the past we've always been advised that it is a good return on investment and an advisable project to enter into for CIPs. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Desroches.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I must say I'm open-minded to the concept here that we would pause and take a review to determine the true effectiveness of this program. And I did have a question for my colleague who's just stepped away. I guess we've had several motions today that I think ideally would have gone to committee, right, where we would have had this opportunity to dialogue, to hear from delegations on it. And so I'm just curious on this one, Councilor Menard, I was saying I'm open-minded to this. I think there is a good time for a review of this. Years ago, we approved a project in the Maryville area where eventually there was a Walmart. So you kind of wondered, was this what our intent was here in terms of trying to get something going? So again, I'm open-minded to this. I just wonder why this wouldn't go to committee to kind of have a more fulsome process. You'd allow for some consultations. You kind of hear people here saying, hey, we've got some tweaks, and wondering in your mind, what's the urgency to deal with it in such manner today at council?
No, fair question. I think the process we're setting out here is the right one. Normally, we wouldn't go to committee just to initiate a review. This review will come back to committee. So the staff's recommendation from the review will, as I understand it, go to a respective committee. Then council would make a decision based on that review for any potential changes. Could consult on it at that point. But in this case, I think given where the program's been the last decade and a half, it makes sense to initiate the review, given the questions we've had throughout that time, and then come back for full consideration with delegations and consultation at committee when staff report back.
Okay, I appreciate the answer. I appreciate it. I still think this could have come to committee, and I would have accepted that we don't have committees yet, and they're not up and running, so there would have been some time delay there. And I do appreciate that. The intent would be that there'd be some further discussions coming out of the report. So I'll continue to listen how this evolves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So I generally support this motion in principle. I just have some questions because, of course, alarm bells go off for me when we're pausing anything to do with affordable housing. So could someone explain to me what this program did? Was this like incentives to developers to build moderately more affordable housing? And what definition of affordability did that program use? Maybe staff could explain. Thanks. Sorry.
Go ahead.
So yes, thanks for the question. To clarify, we're staff, Donna Gray's team specifically, are developing a affordable housing CIP. We don't have one yet. So this motion would allow that work to continue, and that would come back when we report back on the other CIPs as well.
Great, thank you. That resolves my question.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to quickly thank the mover and seconder for amending the motion to allow for CIPs to continue as the review runs concurrently. I know that there was some unease around the table and certainly among the East End councillors, because we do have a new integrated Orleans CIP that we're quite fond of to encourage economic development in the East End. And a pause would have disrupted the progress being made alongside the Orleans Corridor Secondary Plan and arrival of LRT. So I know we heard from some of the executive directors of the BIAs expressing their concern as well, and just wanted to publicly thank you for being receptive to that feedback. I think a review is merited, and you have my support on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. I think everyone's in agreement that the review is fine. When I hear Councillor Plant say, oh, wait a second, what about my brownfields development site? I'm wondering, are there any others that are exceptions that we aren't aware of? Like your staff sitting here right now thinking, oh, well, there's that one, but there's two others we haven't really thought about. And I'm wondering what's happening with Councillor Plant's motion when we're getting to it. But I'd like the answer to that first. Are there any others that we need to think about as an exception here? Or do we refer this to somewhere else for further consideration?
So again, the question was whether there are other, aside from Conseiller Plante's brownfield application, are there others that are also in process?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, there's currently a total of 8 applications that are complete and in process, and 2 that have been submitted but are not yet complete.
And could you speak to the value of those, of what the cost would be on some of those projects, the cost to taxpayers?
Yeah, I don't know that I have them totaled, but they range from, and there's also a property tax component and a rehabilitation grant component. So I can work on the math shortly. I have them.
Can you give some examples though, and perhaps mention the value of the one that Conseiller Plante has referenced?
Sure. The Main and Main Montreal Road site, it's just over 10 million in terms of eligible for the rehabilitation grant. Yeah.
And would that be a typical size for some of the other ones as well?
It's probably the largest. There's a range of typically 2 to 5 million. There's one other large one.
Okay.
About 12 million. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I guess I would just ask though, do we think we know enough about what we're doing here? Or should we be referring this?
Councillor Menard,
are you talking about referring the Plante motion or the main motion we're debating here?
Main motion, really, it seems to me that if there's other ones that we don't know about, like Councillor Plante saying, oh, well, I know about mine. I don't know. I mean, and what would that mean to refer it to where and for how long? And what does the impact of referring it? I'm not saying I want to refer it. I'm just saying I'm hearing that we maybe don't understand this well enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think the review is meant to bring out that information so that there's a full understanding of councillors, including new councillors who may not have engaged in this in the past. But I think the fundamental issues that have been raised by reporters in the past about this program is that we're not sure if we're getting good value for money. Would these have been built otherwise? And are we spending a lot of public dollars to subsidize things that would have been there anyway? And so that's why there would be we've worked through the SIP issue that applications can still come in there. The big expenses on the brownfield side. That's really where we're doling out a lot of funds. I think in 10 years, there was a report from 2018, back 10 years, over $70 million the city had put out. And so the idea is, look, those SIPs can continue. We've negotiated a solution on that. But on the brownfield side, I think a brief 5-month pause until we get that review back makes a lot of sense. If those applications want to come in after that, if the program still is existing in a different format, that makes sense. But what we're saying is, let's have this review, let's get the information we need, and then let's come back to council and committee to have that discussion with full information in front of us with staff's report.
You know what? And I totally get that. And I understand exactly what you're trying to do here. I'm wondering if there's any risk legally. I don't know if our legal counsel have any advice to us. If we went ahead with this, we all think it's a good idea. What would happen if there are exceptions and people say, what are you talking about? You can't do this now. We're at this particular stage. Is there a legal risk in us doing this right now?
Mayor, not with the motion as it has been written. I understand similar pauses have, or a similar pause had been adopted some time ago for similar concerns, without any exposure on the part of the city in that regards.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up to that, Councillor Curry, which is, would your opinion about that change if we allowed one but not other applications to proceed? Does that change the legal position we're in?
Mayor, I don't believe so. As long as council is acting in good faith in that regard. I don't believe it exposes the city to a claim on the part of someone else who's captured by that provision in the same way that if they amended it for a different time period or something.
Thank you. Councillor Curry?
Honestly, I'm going to stop talking, but I just want to make sure people realize that I don't know if we should really be doing this right now. I'm not against any of it. I just think, say if there are others that come up, unless somebody wants to say, okay, but if another one comes up, we can deal with that in a different way. That there won't be a problem. But I don't want to delay this. I'm 100% behind this. I just want to make sure we don't make a mistake here. Legal's advising that he thinks we're okay, but say if another one comes, do we have a plan?
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Brockington.
Briefly, Mayor, I will be supporting the motion. I believe that after being in existence for 15 plus years, a grant program that's given out probably, or not given out, but provided incentives of probably $100 million, it's wise to have a review like this. And no matter when you do that review, there's probably always going to be someone in the queue at some part of that phase that we may impact. So I think that the timelines of the review are pretty short in the grand scheme of things. And I think we have to ask our questions, is this program meeting the original mandate? Is there a better way to do this? But I support this call, and given the amount of financial grants that the city provides, I think we have an obligation on a cyclical basis to do this type of review. So I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Hill.
My biggest concern is with the signaling to the business community in terms of how we're doing our developments and the policy in terms of consistency. And as a new councillor, I'm not comfortable right now making a decision based on the information I have and the concerns that I'm hearing in terms of, onesie, twosie potential exceptions to this. And my question for staff is there a significant downside risk to deferring a decision on this until perhaps we're more established as a council?
In terms of risk, I don't know that there's a significant difference. It would be presumably come up sometime in January once, committee structures and council dates are set. As Mr. White referred to, I think it was 2009, there was a similar pause for almost the identical amount of time. So it's not unprecedented.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Kelly.
My question would be for staff here. This is a program that's used right across the province. So there's many municipalities using this program. I'm sure we're not the first municipality to want to undertake a review. Have you looked into what other municipalities may or may not be doing and how they're reacting to this sort of discussion and what they've determined from their reviews?
Yes, thank you for the question. As I mentioned earlier, that is on our work plan. Certainly, we're in regular communication, and given the changes through Bill 23 and so on, it's a evolving environment in terms of development charges. But certainly, the review, the brownfields is a 5-year review, and the 5 years is up in 2023. We were planning to review it in any event, and the other CIPs in 2021. Council asked us to look at all of them. So the review is planned, it's underway, and we're prepared to report back in Q2.
And I guess this question would be for the mover. So I know a lot of the motivation for this is in response to provincial legislation. And I know some of the changes that the province has made has actually reduced the burden on applicants to separate from this program for remediation efforts in terms of land pollution and such. So the province has reduced the need for that for applicants. So I'm just concerned that one of the few incentives we have left at our level to drive companies towards remediation efforts, that we may be losing that while we pause it. And I'm certainly supportive of the review, and I know I've talked to you on and off about this. I'm not sold on the pause. So I just wanted to know what you think. So there might be some other ramifications of the pause that may align with your viewpoints on that.
Yeah, no, certainly a good question. I appreciate your discussions on this. I'll say two things. One is I used to work on some brownfield programs across the country with FCM. So very different across municipalities. When we first brought this in, there was motions to say, okay, let's have it at 25%. Let's have it at 10%. It ended up at 50%. And do we know if that's the right number? We don't. That's what the review will tell us, right? We're going to come back and say, look, maybe this is better at 10%. Maybe there's still some incentivization that makes sense based on our professional staff's review and what other municipalities are doing. The second thing is that we're in a period of fiscal restraint, is what we're all saying, that we are trying to save where we can without undue harm to our residents. And in this case, we're giving away large incentives while also the province is making changes that reduce our own, public investment. And so I think this is a way to pass a motion on three different things. This is not just on one thing. This is on SIPs, on the brownfields, which is part and parcel of that, and on that private sector RFP. So I wouldn't want to throw away this motion with those three very important pieces because we're worried about a 5-month pause only on brownfields, where we've also changed the SIP piece to our colleagues in the East End. So I think this is highly reasonable, and I think we need to be consistent in our approach from here on out with the program and pass these three pieces. But appreciate the question, and I hope we can get behind something that makes a lot of sense and get that review back, then have a fulsome debate.
Councillor Kelly? Okay. Conseiller Plante, did you want to move your amendment then?
Oui, s'il vous plaît. Be it resolved that all brownfields in the queue for the Montreal Road corridor be excluded from this motion. Merci.
And you have a seconder, Councillor Gower, as noted. As the seconder of the motion, and perhaps Councillor Menard, you can speak to this as well. I have nothing against, in principle, against Conseiller Plante's motion. However, I think it starts to get complicated if we're exempting one and not others, and it becomes tricky. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Councillor Menard.
I just say, because I respect Councillor Plante a lot, and the motion that was brought, or the suggested motion that had been brought forward around the SIPs and the three different criteria, I think we've maintained that with the changes that we've made on the SIP side. But to have more tens of millions or millions of dollars potentially being put out before we know what this review says, the review could come back and say, yeah, we're going to give a portion of that. But I think we ought to wait for the review. FEDCO hasn't approved this, council hasn't approved it. And so I think in fairness to the other 8 applications that are in at this point as well, let's be consistent in our approach. So I think we've made changes to the SIP portion. I understand the view to represent your community as best as possible. I think, though, this would be more representative of that development community, not necessarily things like investments in transit on Montreal Road or pushes for things like actual affordable housing, which we're not getting from this program. So I respect it, just not something that I think is consistent across the way.
Any further discussion on, this would be now on Conseiller Plante's amendment? Okay. Anyone? No? Is the motion carried? Or we can call yeas and nays on Conseiller Plante's amendment? Okay, let's do that.
Councillor Curry?
Honestly, okay, no.
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor Brown?
Yes.
Counselor Luloff,
Yes.
Counselor Hubley,
No.
Counselor Kitts,
No.
Counselor Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Counselor DeRuse,
Yes.
Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor Leeper,
Yes.
Conseillère Plante,
Oui.
Counselor Dudas,
Yes.
Counselor Lowe,
Yes.
Counselor Menard,
No.
Counselor Troster,
No.
Counselor Carr,
Yes.
Counselor Devine,
No.
Counselor Bradley,
No.
Counselor Hill,
Yes.
Counselor Tierney,
Yes.
Counselor DeRoche.
No.
Counselor Kelly, Counselor Johnson,
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
No.
13 yeas, 11 nays. My colleague has corrected me. We have I believe we have a tie. If Mr. Mayor, you would give me a moment to consult and make sure
take your time.
we have the count correct. Thank you. Councillor Carr.
I think we're just verifying your vote, Councillor Carr. You voted
I
no?
may not have heard Councillor Carr's vote correctly.
I believe you said no. There is a recording.
I believe I actually said yes.
That is
I heard
where my
no.
vote had Councillor Carr as a yes, which would be 13 to 11.
Okay. Is that your vote, Councillor Carr?
That was my vote, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So the motion passes. Any other discussion on the original motion? Okay. Is that motion carried, or do we need to do the yays and nays on that motion? Carried? Okay. One dissent. Okay, Councillor Hill, thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. Moving to item 15.8 and, pardon? Oh, item 15.8, Councillor Menard, I believe you are referring this motion. Is that correct?
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. When I had written this motion, there was no LRT Oversight Committee, and now there is. This belongs there. And, for due diligence sake, I trust that committee to go through it. I will just say that given what we've heard and what we've seen in that LRT report, I think there needs to be, and given our legal standing at the moment, I think there needs to be some due consideration for this by this committee to make sure that council is seeing everything they need to see to make a decision about where we move forward with LRT as a whole. So appreciate that, and move to refer to the LRT Oversight Committee or Subcommittee.
Okay, is that carried? Thank you. 15.9 is a motion from Councillor Gower. Councillor Gower.
Yep. So that therefore be it resolved is that council approve amending bylaw 2009-320 by striking the words where public consultation is required pursuant to Section 41 of the Planning Act, as contained in Section 2C of the bylaw. And the intent here is just to clean up the wording of our official bylaws and policies so that we can continue to do free consultations and not lose that opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. The motion is seconded by Councillor Leeper. Is the motion carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Councillor Dudas, you're next.
This is the VUT motion. Okay, I'll just, because I had read it in last time, I'll just read the therefore be resolved. The staff report back to council via memo no later than June 30th, 2023, with data related to the vacant unit tax regarding the number of declared vacant units, the number of deemed vacant units due to no declaration being submitted by a property owner, the number of late declarations from property owners, and be it further resolved that staff report back to council via memo no later than October 30th, 2023, with the preliminary data related to the tax regarding the number of notices of complaint received by September 15th deadline, regardless of their assessment status, the number of presumed final vacant units, those declared and or not having their deemed vacant status contested, the number of properties that would be subject to the waived late fees, as well as the dollar value of said fines, the number of the complaints and or inquiries received from residents regarding the new VUT program, and the number of declaration audits underway. And I'm bringing this forward. I've spoken with a number of you regarding this new tax. You know, when it came to council before, I did not support it, and it was predominantly because it puts the onus on the taxpayer. It requires them to self-identify on a number of occasions, and it really just puts it on the individual as opposed to the city being able to manage it themselves. I was also not comfortable with the tax itself, but that was kind of lost in it for me, in that we were now requiring residents who might be snowbirds or deployed, not present for that time, to now do the work that we should be doing if we are going to be imposing something upon them. So I'm bringing this forward because I would like to see how this is functioning. I would like to know at these two intervals in the next year as to what the status is and how residents are adapting to it, or if they're not, so that we can then assess it with an accurate perspective come September of, come the fall of 2023.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Any, Councillor Kavanaugh, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want a clarification about about complaints, because of course we hear from residents all the time and they're not happy with it, but do they have to make formal complaints? Is that the process? Is that what you're after in terms of that they're not happy with it? Because I'm sure there's plenty. I should clarify that because I had so many people question about how it works, I had an information session and it was extremely well attended, and people learned a lot about it and saw the models that we went by in terms of Vancouver and Toronto. So they saw what it was about and the expected earnings versus costs and how many employees were being used for it. We gave them everything. So that was helpful. I think information is very helpful on this subject. But of course, people are still not happy with it in terms of that it's one more, thing that they're been put on them. So I'd just like to get a clarification about that for what counts as a complaint.
So are you asking the question of staff or? Yeah, okay.
Mr. Mayor, my colleague Joseph is online. He can answer this question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think we would capture any sort of complaint that came through formally, either through the mayor's office or through councillor's office, or came through as a formal complaint. Because we receive quite a number of calls on a daily basis. Some of them are just asking questions on the VUT. Perhaps they want to find out how this works, what the timelines look like. So those perhaps may not be included in terms of the complaints. But if council would like to define that further, staff would be open to that.
think it would be helpful because a lot of it is not knowing information. And we made my information session helped a lot of people understand what it was about and how it worked. So just saying.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm just wondering if the mover would be open to a slight amendment, and that would be as part of the first report by the 30th of June, 2023, that staff also provide information related to costs incurred to date. So we've incurred costs in 2022. There'll be costs, and that's postage, letter costs, and staff FTEs. I'd like to know what we're contributing to this. If we're going to do ultimately a cost benefit analysis, I think it's important at that first report to know what we've invested so far. So if that is accepted as a friendly amendment, I would like to make that request.
I do accept that as a friendly amendment.
I'll second the amendment.
Okay, thank you. We'll take that as a friendly amendment. Okay, thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've given the vacant unit tax a lot of thought over the past week because I'm sure, like many of you, I've received many emails over it. I'll be transparent in that I do support the principle and intention of the tax, but I completely understand why we're getting so much frustration for it, part of which is likely due to the novelty of it, and people are wrapping their brains around it. I've spoken at length with Mr. Mahoney about this, and I can understand why. For many people, they see this tax as problematic, but at the same time, I can see how the intentions behind the tax serve a greater good when it comes to the city as a whole. Where it says in the motion that this program ultimately disadvantages seniors, snowbirds, deployed military, etc. From what I understand of the program, the people that the program most intentionally and ultimately disadvantages are the owners of vacant homes, which is the goal and intention. And as we passed it, it's a practice that we as a council are trying to discourage. And in reading over the motion very carefully over the past few days, it feels like the motion is asking for a report on such an accelerated timeline and that we won't get the best data out of that report. And from the conversation I had with Revenue Service this past week, they've been aiming to get back to council in 2024 after being able to properly analyze throughout 2023 the results of that. And while I understand that the timeline that Revenue Service is proposing may feel long, the schedule that's being proposed in this motion and the data that's being requested in this motion, it feels like by the very nature of what's being requested and the timeline of when it's being requested, that it will lead to a foregone conclusion that the tax is more of a nuisance than the tax is worth. And from the conversation I had with Mr. Mahoney, they said that their objective for this tax is to be used as an incentive to decrease the number of vacant homes to address our housing crisis. The three methods they proposed are mandatory declarations, voluntary declarations, and complaints-based targeting, i.e. snitch lines. Not only did staff indicate that their selected method of mandatory declarations would generate far more revenue per year from vacant property owners than the other models. And in this case, that would be $5.1 million per year to be allocated directly to affordable housing. But the very same model of mandatory declarations that our model is being modeled after, but the very same model being used in Vancouver for the past 5 years has resulted in a decrease of 36% in the number of vacant homes in that city, which means over 1,000 homes are now back available on the market to be occupied. On the flip side, in the city of Melbourne, because I understand from the mover that the concern is that this is mandatory. But on the flip side, in the city of Melbourne, which utilizes voluntary declaration of vacant properties, they are 2 years into their voluntary declaration program. They have seen a 13% increase in the reported housing vacancy. So they've achieved the opposite of what this program is meant to accomplish. And so what I'm saying here is while I agree that the methodology being used in this tax can likely benefit from improvements, if we as a council agree that there's far more to be gained from this program than lost, then perhaps it might be best for us to let the program run its course as intended through a tax cycle, and then we assess the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Let's go next to Councillor DeRuse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, I think probably to Joseph. What the motion, how are you going to be able to capture the complaint that we're getting, because we're getting some off by phone calls, and we're only sending you some of the email that complicated, which is some people asking about if they have a 3-unit or 2-unit. Those are the only one we're sending to you. Do you want us to capture all those, and there is a place you want us to report? If we need to have an accurate numbers, we need, because councillor's office receive all these complaints, and sometimes residents talk to us during event or when we're out in conversations and in the community. So I'm not sure how we're going to capture all those for us to have a clear number of those complaints. That's my concern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So we do track, formally track all the complaints or that come through our office through revenue services coming from councillors. However, I think if council does, it probably might be beneficial for council to define what a complaint is, so that when we report back on those numbers, we are on the same page in terms of what a complaint constitutes and the number of complaints that have actually come in.
Councillor DeRuse, anything further?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just so I'm not really, do you want us to capture the kind of complaint and what is considered complaint or not? And you want us to send all the emails that we've been getting to, because we don't want to flood your email address, because we've been getting a lot of emails, all of us as councillor. I'm sure I'm not the only one. I need to be a little bit, I want you to be a little bit more clear on that, please.
Again, we capture all the complaints that are sent over to our office for response, and in most cases, if they're the resident is asking more than just simple questions or is looking for clarification, those will generally be sent over to our office for response. And if we do capture that as a complaint, then we can report on that. However, if there are basic questions that may be coming through the councillor's office, perhaps asking for more information about the program, we have distributed quite a bit of information over the last week and a half and in the months leading up to this that could potentially facilitate councillors in responding to some of those inquiries in terms of information sharing. I do understand, because that this is quite new for residents of the City of Ottawa, that there might be some frustrations that may be encountered. So we are keeping an eye on that, and we are keeping an eye on what is really deemed as a frustration and what is a formal complaint. But anything that's coming through our office, we would be able to capture that. However, anything that is being responded to from councillors' offices, then we probably would not have purview of that. And if council so wishes, it would not be a bad idea for council to define what they would like to see staff report back on.
Yeah, thanks. That makes more sense, and I appreciate that, because we are answering, we're getting information from you, and we're sending them to the resident. Part of frustration, or they don't have the proper information. Some of them are panicking, I would say. We will keep a track of those, and if in the next communication, when we put communication out, if we can be clear a little bit more about the tax and be a little bit clearer about what is all about and what we're trying to achieve, it could be also helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll take that feedback into consideration.
Thank you both. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank Mr. Mahoney for dealing with all the emails that are coming in. We're all receiving them. Again, when we were sold the bill of goods on this, we were under the impression there would be clear communications and we wouldn't trip over ourselves like what we did with the sewer line program that we introduced as well. And I feel what could really help this situation, and forgive me if I'm wrong, when I got my cards and I logged into My Service Ottawa, which I do all the time for my water bills, to check my tax roll, I didn't see that simple little button that we were promised. When is that button going to be coming? And why aren't we telling people the simplicity of that button? to be able to actually go and make your self-declaration. And to Councillor Devine's point, he just whispered in my ear, comes in January. But don't we have a video or something that we could show people? I think this is where the confusion's at. I keep telling people hold tight till January, but they don't see anything. There's nothing tangible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The notice that went out in November was included as part of our overall communications plan. Because this is such a huge change for residents in the city, this is the first time we're doing something of this magnitude where we're going to be asking residents to declare on an annual basis. Part of the communication plan and part of what council had asked staff to do was to ensure that we communicated effectively with residents to make sure that they're aware of their obligation come January 1st. The notice that went out to November was our first opportunity for staff and city staff to communicate directly to residents to make them aware of their obligation come January 1st. There have been instances in the past where we've rolled out programs and perhaps not given residents a heads up. In this particular instance, I think we thought it to be prudent to make sure that residents are aware of their obligation come January 1st. So there will be a subsequent notice that will be coming out in January that will provide all the information that residents need to make that declaration. The web declaration, which is going to be the primary method of declaration, will be available starting beginning of January. There will also be other methods of declaration, primarily by calling a phone line that we will include in the letter. Where other folks that do not have access to the internet or have accessibility issues would be able to be serviced and assisted in making their declaration. So again, the purpose of the November notice was to build awareness and make sure that residents understand what their obligations would be come beginning of the year.
And I appreciate that. Thank you very much. But I guess back to my question, we've built this now, right? Like it's actually in development stage. Like we actually have a button. We have actually tested it, I assume. Can we not take like 5 minutes and record a video of it, actually how it works so we could share it with our residents about how simple it's going to be? I mean, I think that's a pretty simple thing we can do. Does it exist right now?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we are wrapping up development and we're in the process of creating that video, which will become available hopefully before the end of the year, which will show residents how easy it is to declare.
Okay, maybe in future projects, we do the video before we actually start releasing information just to keep the public at bay. But thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree with some of my colleagues around the table that I don't have an issue with taxing vacant units, but I am concerned about our process. I am concerned about mandatory declaration and the onus on the homeowner year after year. And I'm not convinced at this point that we can't think of a better way going forward. I did have a call with a councillor in Vancouver yesterday and their finance department who was able to illuminate some of their lessons learned. And to Councillor Tierney's point, I think what my team heard was the importance of clear and repeated communication and the ease of making the declaration. So I think we need to use all the tools available to us to over communicate about this because it is catching people off guard. I think in areas of the city where vacant units is not perhaps as prevalent of an issue, people are confused. And I think we have to anticipate that some residents are going to be charged in error and have an adequate grace period for that. So I think Councillor Dudas's request to report back on this early is crucial to inform how we're doing and where we may need to make adjustments moving forward. Thank you. Thank you,
Councillor Kitts. Councillor Luloth.
I want to thank Mr. Mahoney for answering all those emails that we keep sending him. It is very clear that our communication on this has not been to the standard that we might expect. We've just had another program rolled out. Our new Parks and Recreation registration system, which I think was a resounding success. Great. Obviously, there were some issues that we're working through, of course, but the videos, the communication, the proactive work that was done prior to that being rolled out really led to some excitement and the program being launched in a way that people understood exactly what they needed to do to log in. So I just want to echo my comments, the comments of Councillor Kitts and Councillor Cherney, that people are confused, they're upset. I've got residents that are caring for somebody who's on the tax roll who has dementia, who doesn't understand what's going on, who doesn't understand why they're being taxed. So I just think that we need to be a little bit more careful, and we also need to make sure that we're communicating in a more proactive manner on this moving forward. Because I have half a mind to defer this for another year because people are upset about it. They don't understand it. So I think that it's important that we get this information back as soon as possible, be it in a preliminary fashion or not. I think that having this information before people are given that bill will help us make a decision on whether or not this is something that is effective or something that we want to continue on with in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dudas.
Yes, just as a point of clarity from Joseph, potentially, my understanding, and the reason why I included the words notice of complaint in the motion is that the city actually has within the VUT a notice of complaint process where you submit a notice of complaint if you did not submit a declaration by April 30th and need to make a late declaration, or if you made an error in your declaration. So I'm just getting this information from the city's own documentation. So there is a formal mechanism to file these complaints. I also do welcome councillors sharing these complaints in passing with staff to include that in the process. So there is a formal actual process that you can file a legal-esque complaint if that is the case. I do also want to ask Joseph, is there any other tax or service administered by the City of Ottawa that follows the model of being a yearly reverse onus style approach required for every single residential property owner?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. At this point, we do not have any other program in place, at least from a revenue services perspective, that requires all residents to provide city staff with information else at this point in time.
So this is a change management exercise at its finest. I will also ask, too, that while I understand that in 2023, any fines will be waived, what is the fine that someone will receive if they fail to file a declaration in 2024?
So in 2024, so when the program was approved in recognition that this would be a huge change management exercise, Council asked two things of us, and we included these in our recommendation. One is to ensure that we had a robust communications campaign, and we have included quite a number of communications starting at the beginning of this year, either through social media, through ads, through posters, through media pitches, and other methods of communication to try to get the word out there, and finally leading up to the direct communication that we sent to residents in November. The second component is that in recognition that, again, this was a huge change management exercise, Council worked with staff to waive that $250 fee in 2023. However, in 2024, if a resident does not file their declaration before the normal declaration date, they will be charged a $250 fee. That said, I should note that looking at our benchmarking exercise in terms of what happened with Vancouver, they had a 98% success rate in terms of the number of residents that filed by that initial deadline date. So that's something that we are hoping for, and we are going to continue to with a robust communication exercise as laid out in our communication plan to make sure that residents understand what their obligation is, and to make sure that they're aware and that they file their declarations on time. The residents will receive a letter at the beginning of the year reminding them or letting them know that the declaration is available for them to go in and file. They will also receive an insert in their interim property tax bill in February, letting them know that that they do need to file their declaration by March 16th. And if they fail to file, for those that fail or have not filed it by March 16th, they will get a subsequent letter letting them know that they have missed the normal deadline, but they still do have time to file a declaration by April 30th. So we are hoping with our robust communications campaign and with the number of direct notices that we are going to be setting out, that we're going to be targeting a high level of compliance come that April 30th date.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your comments on it. I'll note I haven't gotten my own letter yet. So robust communications are essential, but we are missing the mark on some of it. And I understand that 2023 is that learning curve year, but that's also why I'm putting this forward, is because once again, there's nothing wrong with getting the data throughout the course of the coming year for us to make an educated decision before people start getting fines, before people start being deemed vacant and subject to the tax in 2024. So I'm asking for support for this motion so that we can have all the details in front of us. I wasn't particularly keen on this motion, or sorry, on this tax in the first place. I'd be happy to have thrown it out, but I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater because I like the intent of it. I like the idea of generating more space for housing. So what I'm saying here is let's get all the details in front of us. We'll make that educated decision. And I do look forward to that robust communications that is being promised to us.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. And you're the mover of the motion, and I went to you before there were still some other people to speak, so I'm going to consider that your wrap up, if that's okay. Councillor Curry.
Thank you for that. I just want to say I did receive mine in the mail. And also, Councillor Kavanagh had a public event. I sent people to Councillor Kavanagh's. I put it out in my newsletter. I spoke to my community associations because at the time when we passed it, we talked about how we also have a role in making sure people understand. And I would want to highlight the complaint part of this motion, because I'm happy to support this in general. But the complaint part of it, we've had emails where people complain, and then we send out the response and say, hey, this is why we're doing it. This is what it's all about. If there's an error, it can be corrected, blah, blah, blah. And people write back and say, oh, okay, thanks. So is that a complaint? I don't know. I think that's a, what the heck? Oh, I see now. And we get that all the time. So if we copy Joseph, Joseph may consider that a complaint, and we may not go back and say, actually, this person's okay with it now. However, so I just say when we collect that data, like any research study, sampling who actually complained. Did they complain because they are actually trying to keep a unit vacant and they'd like to complain about it to get rid of this tax? So, but I'm not against getting more information. I will say that when we passed this, the idea was, I think we're going to spend 8 million. I'm sure someone has the exact numbers, and we were going to bring in 32 at a total cost of 20, total income of 26 or something like that. That was what we projected. It was thought to be a good idea, but the research study, to Councillor Devine's point, was really holistically afterwards. At the end of the day, was it a good idea? Not just simply were people upset about it. So I hope that when we get this data back, if people agree with this, that it doesn't discourage us from this project overall, because that's a longer study. Like that will take into consideration much more information about whether it really worked or didn't. And that I do think takes more time, to Councillor Devine's point. Anyway, I'll support this because nothing wrong with getting this information, but we have to analyze it in a different way when we do get it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to start by thanking Joseph for his work with all the emails as well. And actually to Councillor Devine, who mentioned the point about the vacancy rates in Melbourne. I know you can answer this if you want, but and this correction is actually in support of your argument. The vacancy rate increase that you mentioned for 15% in Melbourne is the office vacancy rate in Melbourne. The residential has actually gone down from 6.4 to 4. Either way, it supports your argument, whatever. My question is actually, my question's for staff. Are there any mechanisms in our property tax collection thing to kind of target homeowners who do have multiple properties, who target homeowners who do have multiple properties, or is that kind of not feasible or not legal?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I think that's a great question, because I think there's a big assumption out there with residents in terms of what the city knows and what the city doesn't know. One of the things I can tell you for a fact that we do not know is who owns which properties and how many properties you own, and which property is your primary residence. We do not have any individual, I would say, identifiable or unique identifying information that we can use to track an individual, such as a SIN number or a driver's license. So, for example, if I went into our database and pulled up John Smith, I may get 250 John Smiths. I don't know which John Smith, if they're all completely different John Smiths, or if they're all the same John Smith that owns 250 properties. So it would not be feasible for us to be able to target individual owners, because I think we would have a huge amount of error in terms of the assumptions that I think we would have to make in terms of who owns which property. So I do want to say that there's a lot of data, I think, that residents assume that the city keeps and has. But we really don't have that information, or we don't have it to the level I think that we can rely on. And to an earlier point, I think that was raised by Councillor Curry and Councillor Dudas about the complaints. I think I do want to differentiate. I think when we're talking about complaints, there is a notice of complaint that is a part of this program, and we are going to be reporting on that. There is a mechanism to file a notice of complaint. However, I think the component that we were talking about here is, or that we were trying to communicate in terms of if council wants to define that, is some of those inquiries or complaints that people are sort of sending in, maybe perhaps because they're exasperated or going through the change. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Gower.
I will be supporting the motion. I think having more data around it is helpful. I just wanted to quickly remind people about the potential impact of this program if it works. We have based it on best practices, mostly around Vancouver, where year over year they see a 15% reduction in the number of vacant units. And if my math is right, and Cyril, I'll tell me if I'm wrong, in Ottawa, that could mean close to 400 units each year that come back on the market. And when we have got that list of 11,000 households now looking for someplace affordable to live, that could make a very big difference. And 375 units at a program cost of $8 million would be incredibly good value if it's successful. So there may be some tweaks required to the process, but overall, I hope that the numbers we see back over the next couple of years show that we are getting a good return and making an impact on our housing crisis. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. So we have a motion that has been amended to include analysis of the costs incurred to date. Is the motion carried? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Councillor Dudas. 1511 was a motion from Conseillère Plante, and Conseillère Plante, I believe you are withdrawing that motion.
I'm deferring it.
Okay, thank you. So you're deferring it rather than withdrawing it?
Correct. I sent you an email about it yesterday.
Yeah. Please.
Mr. Mayor, there would be two options for the member in this case. One would be to withdraw it with the intention to bring it forward at a future date, which would be up to the member to do with the appropriate notice. If it is to be deferred to a date specific, a motion moved and seconded would be required to identify what meeting that would be deferred to.
So, sorry, just to clarify, if I withdraw it, I just let you know when it's back on the agenda kind of thing?
When you want to bring it back, yeah.
Yeah.
If it is withdrawn, you may a member may reintroduce it as a notice of motion at any future meeting of council.
That seems reasonable. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the motion is withdrawn. Thank you. All right, let's move to motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. And we will begin with a motion from Councillor Gower, seconded by Councillor Kitts regarding 7731 Fernbank Road. So on suspension of the rules of procedure, is it carried?
Carried.
Okay, Councillor Gower.
Okay. Whereas the provincial policy statement provides that that need for the resource is not a relevant concern when considering a planning application in respect of mineral aggregate. And whereas this policy provision has been consistently respected by the Ontario Land Tribunal and its predecessor tribunals, therefore be it resolved that legal services be instructed not to oppose a rezoning in respect of 7731 Fernbank Road for a ME2 rural exception zone, provided that it is in accordance with documents 1 and 2 in the report to council on October 13, 2021, Agriculture, Rural and Rural Affairs Committee, Report 25, Item 2.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Again, that's seconded by Councillor Kitts. Is the motion carried?
I'd like to dissent, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brown. Next, we have another motion from Councillor Gower, seconded by Councillor DeRuse regarding the Conservation Authorities Act. So on suspension of the rules, is that carried? Councillor Gower?
Thank you. I will skip ahead to the therefore be it resolved because there's a lot of preamble. Therefore be it resolved that Ottawa City Council supports the City of Ottawa's application under the Conservation Authorities Act to have less than 70% representation on the 3 Conservation Authority boards so that the remaining City of Ottawa seats may be filled by public members for the 2022 to 2026 term of council for the reasons set out in this motion. And be it further resolved that the office of the city clerk be directed to provide a copy of this motion to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry in support of the city's application. And a brief summary of the whereases is that in the last term of council, the provincial government changed the rules around membership of Conservation Authority boards. City of Ottawa has members on 3 Conservation Authority boards. There are 15 seats to fill in total. Under the provincial rules, they would require 70% of councillors be in those seats. Typically, we have appointed 2 to 3 per term to those boards and relied on public members and their expertise to fill the remaining seats. But we have to put in a special request to the province, which we did earlier this year. And they've come back to city staff looking for greater reasons for justification for going under that 70% threshold. So this motion and all the whereases will give staff what they need to provide that additional request and justification to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Is the motion carried?
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we have a motion from Councillor Kitts, seconded by me regarding the Deputy Mayor's schedule. On suspension of the rules, is that carried?
Okay.
Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll read it out. Whereas on December 7th, 2022, Council approved as part of the 2022-2026 Council Governance Review Report, the Deputy Mayors be appointed in accordance with a rotation list composed of all members of Council. And whereas the revised procedure bylaw provides that the Mayor would develop the rotation list for Council approval through enactment of the Deputy Mayor bylaw, with the Deputy Mayor rotation beginning January 1st, 2023, and continue until the end of the term of Council. And whereas in recognition that members of Council may wish to trade time slots on the rotation at some point during the term of Council, the City Clerk has been delegated the authority with the concurrence of the Mayor and the councillors concerned to amend the rotation schedule during the term and place a bylaw directly on the Council agenda for enactment to amend the rotation schedule as required. Therefore, be it resolved that Council approve the Deputy Mayor rotation schedule attached as Schedule A to take effect beginning January 1st, 2023, and direct the City Clerk to place a bylaw on the next Council agenda to enact the associated Deputy Mayor bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. I'll just add a quick comment that if there is any trading going on just because of people's schedules or preferences or whatever, there was some effort to ensure that there was some regional representation and the regional diversity in the groups of 3. So there was some effort to try and organize it so it wasn't all, 3 rural councillors all at once or 3 downtown councillors all at once, et cetera. So let's just keep that in mind as we consider any possible moves going forward. Councillor Luloff?
Should a member wish to decline, is that possible? Thank you very much. I spent 2 of the last 4 years as the Deputy Mayor, Mr. Mayor. I think I've done my time.
Okay. Well, Councillor Luloff, you're not scheduled until January 2026. So You've got some time to think about it.
You can talk about declining then, Mr. Mayor. All right,
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Is the motion carried?
Yes.
Thank you. Next, motion requiring suspension of the rules is a motion from Councillor Kavanaugh regarding the correction of the BIA list that was approved in the governance report. On suspension of the rules, is that carried? Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you. I'm going to go right to the therefore. This is related to changing of boundaries of the ward. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council approve the following changes to the ward-specific Business Improvement Area BIA appointments. Approval of December 7th, 2022 is described in this motion. That the Ward 7 councillor be appointed to the Westboro Village BIA, as Ward 7 includes lands in this BIA. And that the ward-specific appointment of the Ward 21 councillor to the Carp Road Corridor BIA be revoked, as Ward 21 no longer includes lands in this BIA.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Is the motion carried? Thank you. All right, let's move to notices of motion for consideration at a subsequent meeting, beginning with a motion from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much. I think it's important that I read the whole motion. This is a very serious issue, and it's about being in solidarity with the people of Iran. Whereas on September 16th, a 22-year-old Kurdish Iranian woman named Mahsa Amini was beaten, tortured, and murdered by Iran's morality police while in custody for after wearing her hijab improperly. And whereas the establishment of the Islamic Republic of Iran in 1979 has led to increasingly repressive restrictions on women's rights, including the enforcement of the mandatory wearing of the hijab. And whereas, although the compulsory dress codes are the most visible sign of state-sanctioned repression of women in Iran under the current regime, it's not the only one. Examples of other forms of repression include systematic discrimination by denying equal rights for child custody, inheritance, divorce, and the need for husband's permission to own a passport and leave the country. And whereas Islamic regime's civil law allows forced marriage of children at 13 and 15 for girls and boys, respectively. And whereas married women and girls often face additional abuse, restriction on their movements, and lack of national protections against domestic violence. And whereas women, men, students, and children across Iran have launched a public campaign known as Zandigi Azadi, translated as Women, Life, Freedom, to call for downfall of the regime, as they take it is the only solution to earn freedom, justice, and equality for all Iranians. Whereas the Iranian regime is engaged in a massive, brutal crackdown on protesters, with international press reporting on average one child murdered a day, upwards of 184,000 arrests and detentions that allow for the death penalty as punishment. As of December 10th, one protester was executed and several others are in death row. Whereas the protests have powerful international support from Iranians and nationals living in the diaspora and around the world, including journalists, educators, lawyers, and activists in Berlin, Toronto, Los Angeles, to name a few. Whereas this movement, which now approached its fourth month with no sign of abating, is calling for continued increasing demonstration of international solidarity and support. Whereas an estimated 400,000 Iranian Canadians have chosen to call Canada home because of its values of equal rights for women, freedom of expression, freedom of peaceful assembly, freedom of association, and democratic rights. And whereas the CSIS is actively investigating several death threats and intimidation from the Islamic Republic state actors against individuals in Canada to silence those who speak out publicly against the regime. And whereas Canada has leveled economic sanctions on the regime and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps by banning individuals and entities linked to it. And whereas Canada is leading an international campaign to remove Iran from the United Nations Commission on the status of women. Whereas Iranian Canadians living in Ottawa have called for Ottawa City Council to make an open statement of solidarity with the Iranian women, men, and children who are fighting for their democratic human rights in Iran. And therefore be it resolved that Ottawa City Council go on record as standing with solidarity with the people of Iran who are fighting for their freedom and fundamental human rights. And therefore be it resolved that the City of Ottawa support the symbolic installation of Mahsa Amini street plaques at the intersections in approximately the section of Metcalfe Street between Somerset and McLaren, as the building served as the Embassy of the Islamic Republic of Iran is located on this block. And therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and Ottawa City Council demand the law enforcement agencies to ensure safety and security of Canadian citizens who are speaking out loudly against the Islamic regime. And therefore be it resolved that the Mayor of Ottawa send a letter to the Prime Minister supporting continued and increased sanctions against Iran until the people of Iran have access to freedom, justice, and the totality of human rights guaranteed under the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. The motion is seconded by Councillor Truster. So that's a notice of motion. The next notice of motion is from Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas an increasing number of police agencies in Eastern Ontario and Western Quebec, including municipalities such as Pembroke and Gatineau, are providing safer spaces for people to complete online exchanges or transactions with strangers. And whereas these safe and neutral spaces are intended to prevent fraudulent transactions and increase resident safety that may occur in the context of purchases or exchanges from online sales. And whereas while residents can carry out transactions in the public lobby of any Ottawa police station, there is not a dedicated space that is actively monitored or specific signage designated a safe space for this type of activity. And whereas it has been suggested that there are police stations within Ottawa that may have the capacity to have designated safe exchange spaces, therefore be it resolved that Ottawa City Council requests that the Ottawa Police Services Board explore the feasibility of piloting safe exchange areas or community safety zones at Ottawa police stations that would include 24/7 surveillance and dedicated signage for the residents of Ottawa. Be it further resolved that the Ottawa Police Services Board report back with their findings to Ottawa City Council by Q3 of 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. The next notice of motion is from Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the city's commemorative naming policy approved by council on July 24, 2002 outlines the criteria and process for commemoratively naming municipal streets, parks, and facilities or parts thereof. And whereas in keeping with its powers set out in the Municipal Act 2001, council may assign a commemorative name by resolution, notwithstanding the provisions included in the commemorative naming policy. And whereas Babe McCrae is a longtime resident and volunteer in the village of Richmond, Ward 21, Rideau Jock. And whereas Mr. McCrae and his immediate family have been owners and operators of several local businesses since the 1950s, including the McCrae General Store and McCrae Bros Laundromat, making him a well-known and respected resident of the village of Richmond. And whereas Mr. McCrae has served as member of the Richmond District Lions Club and the Richmond Lodge, and whereas Mr. McCrae has also served as a member of the Richmond Agricultural Society, therefore be it resolved that the park, formerly known as Maynell Park, located at 245 Maynell Road, Richmond, Ontario, be renamed the Babe McCrae Park, and be it further resolved that an appropriate stand and plaque be installed displaying the name and including a brief history of Babe McCrae's contributions. And be it further resolved that all costs related to the production and installation of the stand, plaque, and subsequent event will be funded through the councillor's office. Colleagues, the only reason I bring this forward now instead of going through the commemorative naming process is Mr. McCrae and his family were given devastating news of Mr. McCrae's stage 4 cancer diagnosis. And given the long-term history of Mr. McCrae and his family in the village, I thought it appropriate to bring forward this notice of motion today, and that way we can discuss it at the next meeting of council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Dudas.
Is it prudent then to bring it forward today?
So, Councillor Dudas, that was discussed and the choice was made to have it be a notice of motion just to, yeah.
That's fine.
Thank you. All right, that's it for notices of motion. So next motion to introduce bylaws, Councillor Gower.
That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings be read and pass.
Is the motion carried?
Carried.
Confirmation bylaw, once again, Councillor Gower.
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of December 14, 2022.
Is the motion carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Inquiries, Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a question to be directed to OC Transpo. On Thursday, December 8th, police responded to an assault against a passenger aboard the Confederation Line train. My questions are concerning the emergency intercom button. According to witnesses, the button was pressed, but there was no response, just a dial tone. My understanding is that the train operators are alerted when the intercom button is activated and are trained to respond when it is safe to do so. My questions are, 1, what are the inspection protocols to ensure that the emergency intercom button is functioning? How frequently is it tested? And who answers the test call? 2, is the current standard for an acceptable response time to the emergency intercom being activated? 3, does the emergency intercom call go directly to the train operator? 4, does the call also signal the special constable unit to respond? 5, how long did it take between the emergency intercom button activation and when the call was answered? 6, how many operators are on a train while in operation? 7, if there are additional operators on the train, are they equipped to also answer emergency situations or intercom calls? What is the training operators receive? 8, if there is a medical emergency or a life-threatening incident, what is the safety protocol and who responds? How is the operator alerted? And 9, what are the usual instructions given to passengers when the emergency intercom has been activated? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. All right, just before we adjourn, I just wanted to offer a personal comment. Thank you to all the councillors for your hard work over the last month since we were all sworn in. It'll be a month tomorrow, and there was a lot to do in that first month, and particularly the last 3 weeks with council meetings every Wednesday. We're not meeting next Wednesday, just to be clear. Again, I want to thank everyone for your hard work and collaboration and cooperation on all the many motions that we've dealt with in the last 3 weeks. I want to encourage you again to get some rest over the holidays. I think it's going to be busy as committees start working in January. I want to wish all of you and everyone watching the very best of the holiday season and a Happy New Year. I look forward to working with everyone as our work continues for the rest of December and into January. So thank you, everyone.